Thank you, Hyatt. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Diane Francis. I'm the representative for IICA in Trinidad and Tobago. Let me first thank you for being here, and apologies for the slight delay in the start time. Let me recognize, although he is not present at this moment, but allow me to recognize Senator the Honorable Ravi Ratiram, the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, who we expect a bit later during the morning session. Also, Dr. Jean-Charles Lavallée, the IICA representative for Canada, and also the Secretariat for PROCINORTE, under which this event is being hosted. Mr. Gavin Peters, the CEO of CAFSA. Dr. Christopher Ora, who I believe is online, professor and veterinarian of the School or the Faculty of Medical Sciences, School of Veterinary Medicine. Mr. Fernando Lugo of the USDA. Dr. Aruna Ambagala of the CFIA, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Dr. Carla Georges, Director of the School of Veterinary Medicine of the UE. Dr. Lisa Musai, the CVO, Chief Veterinary Officer of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. Other senior members of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. Participants of 11 CARICOM member states, welcome. Farmers and other industry stakeholders, the other participants online, and the gentleman from the media. Good morning, and thank you for being here. My task this morning is just to welcome you here to Trinidad and Tobago, first of all, and I really do hope that you had an uneventful travel from your respective countries to get here. To welcome you to Trinidad and Tobago, to welcome you to this event, and hope that we have a very productive meeting. While you would have received a bag from the PROCINORTE and event organizers, in this bag, you would have this little brochure about PROCINORTE. So I'm not going to say much at all about PROCINORTE or at all about the projects which we are discussing today, because the speakers coming after me will provide more information on the background and expectations for today. But I think what we need to agree on is that one thing is known and common to all of us in the room, that is that we all understand the significance of the threat of African swine fever and classical swine fever to the pig industry. Hence the reason why there's an absolute importance placed on preventing incursions of these destructive diseases. So for IICA as an institution for over 80 years, today also marks a handover from the administration of the Manuel Otero leadership to that of Dr. Mohamed Ibrahim, who's going to be taking over the helm of IICA from today. He's a CARICOM national. But even as IICA transitions from one leadership administration into another, protecting the resources of agriculture and food production systems will remain a priority. So too will preserving critical partnerships at all levels to support the capacity of member states to take actions towards resilient agri-food systems, including the livestock industry. So IICA, through its partnership with PROCINORTE and the other collaborations spawned from same, such as the partnership with the School of Veterinary Medicine and then the partnership of the SVM with other stakeholders. So these collaborations are always poised and ready to respond, act, and support within a shared framework of One Health. And I'm sure Dr. Peters is very, his presence here is very strategic, because the whole One Health agenda is what CAFSA has been promoting and supporting throughout CARICOM and the wider Caribbean. So we have one intense and full day, just one, to discuss matters relating to ASF and CSF generally, and the gravity of the implications for any incursions south of Haiti and the Dominican Republic, and where do we, the yet unaffected countries and industries, go with the lessons learned from participating in the PROCINORTE projects on ASF and CSF prevention. The title of the workshop today, as you have on your agenda, is on the African and classical swine fever in the Caribbean, with the knowledge and the understanding that when you mention the Caribbean, it is only so far, thankfully, limited to the northern part of the Caribbean on one island, which is shared by 2 countries. So we fully expect these discussions to be productive and practical, as we have the best scientific minds in this room and the most experienced researchers with the SVM, also our Canadian and USDA counterparts, facilitators, regulators, and farmers here with us today. So once again, welcome to Trinidad and Tobago. I know you would have no time to see the sights and sounds of the island because you're leaving tomorrow, but most of you here are very familiar with Trinidad and Tobago, so welcome back. To our colleagues from IICA Canada, this is their first time, so welcome to Trinidad and Tobago officially. And to my colleague from IICA headquarters, this is not her first time, so welcome back. And we'd just like to thank you for investing your time and your intellect and your development support and cooperation in advancing the goal of One Health for our animal food industry in the region, which is our primary and, may I dare say, more popular, palatable source of protein on our daily diets. Yesterday we had a very open discussion with a wider set of stakeholders in livestock, and a number of areas for development came out, which I think we should discuss beyond this meeting. But let us just focus our time, energies, and efforts today, not just to discussing the outcomes of the PROCINORTE project, but the learnings that came out of it and how these learnings can be applied to prevent any animal health threats into this part of the region, and also through that to boost the development of the livestock industry in Trinidad and Tobago, and by extension, the Caribbean. And in that way, in that regard, we're hoping that with you here today from 11 countries, plus Trinidad and Tobago, the USDA and Dominican Republic, and through Costa Rica program, that we can strengthen the network of animal health practitioners so that it becomes almost seamless conversation, seamless collaboration, and action on behalf of our livestock industries in this region. So at this point, again, just thank you, and let me turn over the podium to my colleague rep in IICA Canada and also the Secretariat for PROCINORTE, Dr. Jean-Charles Lavallée, better known and easier known as JC, for him to give you a few words about PROCINORTE and what are the expectations of the meeting today. And just in a housekeeping matter, we do expect the minister to be participating or to make a presence here today. When he does arrive, we will accommodate him on the agenda. So thank you for your patience in terms of the late start, and I do hope and wish us all a very productive, intense one-day discussion with an action agenda at the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Diana. That was great. I just wanted to add some of the housekeeping. It was great. We had a great example here of turning off your phone. so make sure your phones are on mute. I always do this housekeeping up front. And so my name is Jean-Charles Lavallée. As Diana was saying, I'm the country representative for IICA in Canada, based in Ottawa. We're also the Secretariat. I'm joined with a whole slew of colleagues behind the scenes. Gloria, she's running around always. You'll see her in white here. She's the Office Administrator for PROCINORTE and the IICA Canada office. Our coordinator for PROCINORTE is based in Mexico City. She's online now. Welcome, come on in, have a seat. We just started. And one thing that IICA Canada and PROCINORTE doesn't do is we don't introduce the speakers. We focus on dialogue, exchange, the content, the slides. That's why we have on each of the tables the QR codes. You want to know the bios, you want to know the speakers, get to know them better, go online. Everything's there. And if you want to learn more about PROCINORTE and the website, also the QR code is on your tables. We have mics. I will manage the discussion groups. Depending on time with each speaker, if they end short, it gives us more time for exchange. If they end on time or go over, we won't have any questions or Q&A with them. So apologies up front for that. The lunch, we will have a hard stop at 12:15 because we have the inauguration of our new Director General from Guyana at 12:30 in Costa Rica, live streamed on screen over the lunch for the full hour. Lunch, we'll grab lunch outside, we'll come back. At 12:30 we start. It'll be in the room here. The minister, we don't know exactly when he's coming, so we'll just slot him in and we'll adjust so I may cut Erica or whoever's next and allow for the minister to give a few words. Otherwise, at the end of the day, we end around 5:30, but if, often in Canada, there are no more questions at the end, people are tired, we'll end earlier. And if there's so much, it's intense, we'll get some beer and we'll stay, Okay, so that's for housekeeping. But for PROCINORTE, We were lucky to have a strong partner at the United States Department of Agriculture, the Agriculture Research Service, the ARS, and MBAF, which is the National Agro-Biodefense Facility in Kansas. They funded IICA, PROCINORTE, for 5 years on African swine fever once it appeared in Dominican Republic. And so we have a team on the ground, and Erica is part of that team, working in the region, on the island, managing that. We support all of that from Canada with science and research. And so we work with through almost a dozen countries funding science research around African swine fever and classical swine fever. I have over 25 slides, so what I'll do, I won't present that to save time. You want a copy of my presentation? I'm happy, just write to the Secretariat and we'll send you a copy. But I did want to explain a bit what PROCINORTE was, just for your benefit, for those of you who don't know who we are. We were established in 1998. It's one of IICA's 7 mechanisms of technical cooperation. And we are, the task forces and the board of directors are made up of the 3 countries, Canada, US, Mexico. We bring in the Caribbean depending on the topic, like we work with CariBet on animal health, for instance. And the task forces themselves, Aruna, one of the speakers today, he's on the animal health task force. We also have a task force members from the USDA and INIFAP, which is the National Ag Research Group in Mexico. They're all on the board, they're all on the different task forces, and you can see here our vision and mission. It's basically a network of public government scientists coordinating, collaborating on science in North America, in animal health, plant health, gene banks, so genetic resources, and resilience, which is made up of usually soils, water, and air, basically. So we've been working and collaborating on this for the last 27 years, and we're delighted to be able to host and fund this group, this work, this initiative over the last 5 years. We end in the next few months, we're ending this initiative. We're working with the Americans to see how we can pursue additional work, not only in African swine fever, but there's growing interest in screwworm in Mexico, obviously. There's bird flu, even Canada starting to fund us to do work in bird flu. We're doing an international conference at the end of May at the University of Guelph. It'll be North America as well. It's by invitation only, but online it's open to 500 guests easily. And then Nipah virus and foot and mouth disease and a whole slew of other things. So we're very active in this front. If you're interested in collaborating with us, go to the PROCINORTE website and email the Secretariat, and we're happy to host Zoom calls and Teams. Your first door of entry to IICA is always the local IICA office, and Diana and her wonderful team. And I did want to thank them for their support. It's been a pleasure working with you, and I'll pass it over to Erica now to give you an overview of IICA's work in the Caribbean on this issue, very important issue. Thanks for your time. Thanks for coming.
Good morning, everybody. Well, distinguished colleagues, I would like present some general overview about the distribution of the classical swine fever and African swine fever in the world and in the region, some general ideas about the diseases and what we are doing in surveillance. So I am Erika Calderon. I work in the headquarters in Costa Rica, in headquarters IICA Costa Rica, and I am in charge of the project, the regional project for the Caribbean regional and Central America and Andean region for ASF project, which we are doing with USDA. Well, first, some general aspects. As you know, the African swine fever is a very contagious hemorrhagic disease. It's in the list of the hemorrhagic diseases in pigs, affect the domestic pigs and also the wild pigs. It's a transboundary disease from a virus, Asfarabiridae family, which also affect ticks, soft ticks, on the Ornithodorus genus. It is a disease that is included in the WOHA Terrestrial Animal Health Code, so has a mandatory report, and is no vaccine for ASF. For classical swine fever is available, we have vaccine for that disease. Some global distribution aspects in ASF. Well, first, some updates about that. Well, the first case or outbreak that we had was in Africa in 1957, and in the 80s, we have outbreaks reported in Dominican Republic and South America, but they eliminate the virus in that moment. In 2018, was detected the first time in China, and that was the moment where the disease was spread in Mongolia, Korea, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Philippines, and Hong Kong, and others. Was reported again in July 28, in 2021, in Dominican Republic, and Haiti. So at the moment, we have the disease in the Española since 2021. So you can see here the distribution of the disease. As I told you, is more, is endemic in many parts of Africa, and now is in Europe, Asia, and Oceania. We have reports recently from Spain. They were free of the disease, but now they have the disease in Catalonia. In the regional situation for Americas, especially in the Caribbean region, we know we have the disease in Haiti and Dominican Republic. And we don't have reports. All this information comes from the WAHI's WOHA page. So we don't have reports in domestic, we don't have the number, and in wild animals also. About the global situation of the classical swine fever, we have 15 countries and territories reporting the disease in the world. We know that we have classical swine fever in Asia, in Eastern Europe, and we have reported, reports from that we have the disease in Colombia, Brazil, and Dominican Republic. We have reports about domestic pigs, 69, but we don't have reports about the wild animals. So about the disease, I won't talk about details about the disease and the symptoms, but you know that the classical swine fever and the African swine fever is a hemorrhagic disease, like a salmonella, like a PRRS, and others. So the symptoms are very similar. The only difference from classical swine fever is the presence of neurological signs, but the best thing to have a differential diagnostics is through the laboratory, through the diagnostic with the laboratory. The transmission, as you know, in domestic pigs can be through the materials like the clothes of the farmers and the workers in the farm, also through the transports, also directly from the pig to the other pig, or through the soft ticks. And the flies play a very important role because we can find the disease in blood and other substance from the pigs. Also, we can find the disease in feed, in kitchen waste that we can feed the animals with that, or food residues. Also, in the wild animals, we can have the disease from other wild pigs with the disease, or a carcass. Also from the materials like boots and the clothes from the hunters. So we have to be careful with that transmission because it's very easy to have the transmission of the disease through that. The virus is inactive by sunlight, some good disinfectants, and extreme pH conditions. The virus is resistant to low temperatures and pH, so it can survive for long periods in blood, feces, and infected tissues. The virus can remain in uncooked meat for 3 to 6 months. So some pathways for the ASF entry in the countries, well, the legal or illegal movements in live pigs, people with carrying pork products. In November, we saw how we can find food, pig products in the bags in people who is traveling from one country to other, especially in this moment from Dominican Republic or Haiti. So we have to be careful with that. Visit pig farms because we can have our clothes contaminated, especially if we have the disease. Also, again, the food waste containing in the food that we can feed, the food that we can bring to the pigs. Also, with fomites contaminated, improper disposals, bioterrorism. One other thing that we have to take account is the social impact that this disease can have. For example, in the social aspect, well, this is the pork is something cultural, something that the people used to eat in Christmas, in New Year, and special holidays. The impact that can have in families who depend of this production. In the economy, well, this have implications in the trade. So, because this is a disease who causes 100% of mortality in animals, so can have very bad economic losses, and also affects the biodiversity because it impacts the wild animals, and the trade restrictions that this produce, and in the public health, well, this is a very good resource of protein for humans, and well, it is something very important to mention, and we have to inform this to the consumers. Is not transmissible to humans, is not zoonotic. ASF preventions, well, we have to take in account the controls that we have to have, the surveillance that we have to have in ports and airports and borders. The same that I mentioned before, have a very good inspection in the bags from the travelers, especially from countries who has the disease, and the early surveillance. We have to prevent this disease with the surveillance, active and passive, so that's why we need to develop this kind of programs. The biosecurity measures is something that we have to take account for any animal disease, but we have to improve that biosecurity in our countries. The proper disposal of waste, especially the international waste from airplanes and cruise ships. The preparedness for the emergency, we have to be prepared. Is a risk that we have in every country because we have the disease there in the Isla de Española, so we have to be prepared. Also, the awareness and the risk communication. Something that we have seen is we don't have enough information in our airports about this disease and the restrictions that we have to have. About the surveillance in the project, we have been working very hard with all the Caribbean region in the development of the surveillance plans and how to take the samples. So this is, in general, what we are doing with you, with every country. We are trying to have a very good sensitization for the high level, for the ministers of agriculture in every country, because we need that support from them. We have technical workshops where we touch topics about surveillance, rapid response, the situation of the industry in every country, etc. And the methodology that we are using in these pilots, is taking the samples by the ear, making swabs with the blood from the pigs in the ear, and using the MTM tubes to send the sample to Plum Island. We are trying to improve how handle the animals, how make correctly the packaging of the shipping of the samples. We are using rapid kits in some cases. We are recommending the rapid kits only in the passive surveillance. If you have symptoms, you can use it, or if you don't have any diagnostics, any laboratory in your country. At the moment, we have samples from, and we are developing the surveillance program in Barbados, in Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Curaçao, Suriname, Antigua and Barbuda, Montserrat, and St. Kitts and Nevis. So at the moment, we have a total of 696 samples from 99 farms, and we have been trained 211 personnel from the official sectors. We have to work this year with other countries that are pending to develop these surveillance programs, like Anguilla for this year, Belize, Dominica and Grenada, Bahamas, and Jamaica. We have pending those countries, and the idea is in the end of this year, all the region will have a surveillance program, a sustainable surveillance program, we hope, that you can maintain in the time. About classical swine fever is part of this surveillance program. Indeed, all the results that Plum Island give us all the time are not only for ASF, also for classical swine fever. For this year, we will have many trainings, but I would like mention one special activity that we will have, and we are thinking that we will sustain that activity in Trinidad and Tobago, because it's a request that we have from Trinidad and Tobago. It's a Caribbean regional simulation exercise. So this year we are planning to have that regional simulation. I think it's important. This year we are bringing a strategy in quick response. So we will like validate that strategy with you in the simulation. So it's important have, if you are taking samples, you will have a strategy how you will respond a suspicious case or a non-negative case. So it's important be prepared. Well, this is the general overview of the classical and African swine fever. Thank you so much.
Great work, Erica. And there's an overview. You may hear this in other presentations in more detail. This is a great overview of what IICA is doing in the region. At the break, if you are doing the sampling, please meet with Erica. We'd love to expand on that. You'll see in the agenda the minister is supposed to speak, but he hasn't arrived yet. So the team and I have decided to move ahead with Dr. Ura's presentation online at this time.
Thanks very much to the organizers for inviting me to talk about these two really important viruses. There is going to be a little bit of crossover with what Erica has just talked about, so I will hopefully save a little bit of time. I'll go into things in a little bit more detail. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about African and classical swine fever virus epidemiology, comparing and contrasting them a little bit. I'll mention about the clinical signs and how these differ or don't differ, and transmission and risk pathways, because of course, as Diane was saying at the start, we do not want these viruses to spread further in our region. We want to keep them where we are, and we want to get rid of them where they are, but we don't want them to spread further. Both are notifiable diseases. They're very nasty viruses capable of causing very severe disease in pigs and real economic damage to our Caribbean pig sectors. So we really want to keep them out. These two, the two viruses are different, and I won't go into the ins and outs of that. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is, as Erica was saying, acute forms of African and classical swine fever virus cannot be distinguished clinically. So if you suspect African swine fever virus in your pigs, and I'll show you some nasty pictures of pigs with it to show what a nasty disease it is, you need to differentiate it from classical swine fever virus infection. And this requires confirmation by lab diagnosis, which Aruna will talk about later today. Okay, the other thing is African swine fever virus is usually more severe than classical swine fever virus. Over the years, classical swine fever virus has been eradicated from many countries. As you saw from the maps from Erica, it's only present in relatively few countries around the world now because it's been successfully eradicated. And what we're left with, not universally, but most of the strains that we're left with are lower virulent strains. So they don't usually cause such severe clinical signs as we're seeing, and you'll see later with African swine fever virus. So that can distinguish them. So CSF is more likely to be mild and often subclinical. So this makes it difficult to detect it. And both viruses have similar, but not identical, transmission and risk pathways. And I'll just talk a little bit about those areas today. I'll focus a little bit at the start on African swine fever virus, and then I'll make a comparison with classical swine fever virus so you get the full picture of the two. As I said, they are very different viruses. ASF is a large, double-stranded DNA, complicated, lots of proteins, very tough virus, surviving in the environment, surviving in food products. as we've heard. Whereas classical swine fever virus is a much smaller RNA virus. It's less complicated, it's got less proteins, and it's not as tough as ASF, but it does still survive in similar products to ASF, but for less time. When it comes to African swine fever virus, well, both of them and classical swine fever virus, they are associated with blood. So where you have blood, you have the viruses, and of course pigs have blood everywhere. It infiltrates into all their organs. So where there's blood, there's virus. And as was mentioned by Erica a bit earlier, these are the things we need that is really the cause of certainly African and to some extent classical swine fever virus spreading around the world from country to country. Is it survives outside the host for long periods of time. It survives in meat for several months at 4 degrees, survives in carcasses for up to 6 months or more if they're frozen, survives in skin fat for 300 days, salted dried meat for 120 days, ham in brine for 180 days, and frozen meat indefinitely. So this is the real problem often, and how the virus is being spread around the world. It's through these kind of products we see here. We've heard about how serious both these viruses are and where they are and where they've been. And in order to control African swine fever virus, I'm afraid it's a test and slaughter and movement restriction type things. And these are nasty pictures of slaughtering of lots and lots of pigs across in different countries around the world to eradicate African swine fever virus from certain islands. This was Malta in 1978, actually. Classical swine fever virus is different with its control, as we've heard earlier. There is an effective vaccine, so we don't have to use such draconian methods to control. Recognizing African swine fever virus and the more virulent, the nasty strains of classical swine fever virus, as I said, is difficult. You can't indistinguish them from clinically. So the clinical signs here that I'll be showing you now can be similar in both. You initially see loss of appetite. The pig becomes recumbent, it won't get up, it stops eating, it stops drinking, rapidly progressing to skin hemorrhage, which start at the periphery and then go over the whole body. You get vomiting and bloody diarrhea, and often with the virulent strains of African swine fever virus, which are the ones that are circulating around the world now, you see the pigs all die within about 5 to 7 or 8 or 9 days, something like that, a short period of time. Yeah, and when you open those pigs up, you see a really horrible, sorry, it's not lunch yet, so at least I can show you these. Won't put you off your lunch. Hemorrhagic pathology. All the organs are red and hemorrhagic and enlarged. And it's very distinctive when you see it. So both diseases, classical and African, start with the pigs getting usually pyrexia, temperature. They start to huddle. That's what pigs do when they have temperatures. They then rapidly progress to stopping eating, lethargy, and then they will often not get up. And you will see this initially peripheral hemorrhage on the ears and the nose, as you see here, and then this spreads quite rapidly to the whole of the body. At this stage, they'll probably be prostrate and lying down, and they will then die within a few days after that. It's a really nasty disease. It's like Ebola in pigs. Basically, they bleed out. And you can see this by some of these horrible pictures here. On the top left, you'll see that's a lymph node. Those look like those should be nice and pale and pink, but they're completely red because they're hemorrhagic. They've lost all their structure. Below, we see kidneys with hemorrhage on the surface. We see here around the top a friable hemorrhagic spleen, which is extremely enlarged. And if you put your finger on the top of that spleen, it will go into it. It loses all its structure. This is a heart with hemorrhage on the outside. This is, of course, guts where you get hemorrhage, and this results in the bloody diarrhea that you see. Now, when I say they look similar, this is classical swine fever virus. And as you can see, almost exactly the same clinical signs: hemorrhagic lesions, bloody diarrhea. The acute forms of classical swine fever virus can be exactly the same as African swine fever virus. And that's why we need to listen to what Aruna has to say later about having access to diagnosis so we can differentiate the two. So just to summarize, as I've said, African swine fever virus is usually very severe, 100% mortality, whereas classical swine fever virus, with the strains circulating at the moment, it's usually less virulent now, although it is capable with the highly virulent strains of looking exactly the same as African swine fever virus. So basically, with the acute strains, you would see the same thing as I've told you before. But with the less virulent strains of classical swine fever virus, you would see a reduced level of hemorrhage. You'd see a reduced respiratory signs and digestive signs, less diarrhea, less vomiting. As was said earlier by Erica, neurological signs in the pigs are more associated with classical swine fever than African swine fever virus, or you might see some neurological signs with late on with African swine fever virus, but it's much rarer. The other thing to differentiate these two is classical swine fever virus is much more of a reproductive disease than African swine fever virus. It spreads vertically through the placenta and affects the piglets. And this is an important transmission mechanism because once it gets to the piglets, it can do what we call make them tolerant. So you can get the birth of piglets without antibodies, but hooching with virus. And these have virus and can spread virus for the whole of their lives. They have no antibodies, so antibody detection tests won't detect them as positive, so you have to detect the virus in them. But they're really dangerous from a transmission perspective. And from a point of reproductive pathogen, you often see abortions and reproductive issues with classical rather than African swine fever. So there are subtle differences, and I've just written them here, and you'll get hold of these slides. From a point of view of the per-acute sudden death and acute form of both African and classical swine fever virus, you see the same severe symptoms that I've explained earlier: hemorrhage, neurological signs, diarrhea, etc. But most of the strains now with CSF are less virulent, causing more the chronic form and the subclinical form. And these have slightly different ways in which they progress. With the chronic forms, you often see weight loss over quite a long period of time, hair loss, dermatitis. You do see some skin hemorrhage, and you see these button ulcers at bottom left in the intestinal mucosa. So it's a much more slower progressive disease when it's in the chronic form. And even when you get this, some strains of classical swine fever virus, you just get the subclinical form. In other words, you don't see very much at all. So the virus is spreading, but it doesn't show itself. So you often see only poor reproductive performance in the sows, and sometimes the birth of some neurologically challenged pigs, but that's all you see. So that brings with it challenges, because a virus that shows itself with high levels of mortality is sometimes much easier to control than one that's actually below the surface and more difficult to see. From a transmission perspective, for the two viruses, I'm not going to go on about what's happening in Africa, but African swine fever is, by way of its name, an African virus. And there's a sylvatic cycle in Africa between these lovely warthogs and soft ticks that we heard about earlier. And the virus circulates within a warthog burrow between ticks and warthogs quite happily, with no clinical signs in either the warthog or the ticks. And it's like a reservoir sylvatic cycle. The problem is when it gets out of that warthog burrow and into domestic pigs. And these ticks aren't confined to Africa. We have these ticks in certain places all around the world, and they play a significant role in the transmission of this virus, in the fact that the virus can survive for up to 5 years, if not more, in these ticks. And in that period, the ticks don't need to take a blood meal. And there was a situation in Spain, the previous outbreak back in the 60s, where they declared freedom from African swine fever virus, and some of the infected farms, they cleaned them out, and they put anti-acaricide, anti-tick and they left those farms for 5 years, and they declared freedom in that time. 5 years later, they brought in new pigs, and these little ticks that were sitting in crevices inside those the wood from those pens smelt the pigs and thought, I haven't had a meal for 5 years. And out they came very hungry. They still had the virus in them from 5 years previously. They infected the pigs, and off you go. So you can imagine how challenging this is when you have ticks present in the country. So it's really important to understand where these ticks are, these ornithodoros ticks, and if they're capable of transmitting the virus, if they have access to pigs, etc. You saw this earlier, so I won't spend very much time on it. As I said, the wild pigs, it's important to know what you have, and the domestic pigs. If you have both, they can transmit between the two, especially if you have a lot of backyard farms and there's not good biosecurity. But from a domestic pig perspective, as in many countries in the Caribbean, the issues are materials, direct contact from other pigs, soft ticks if you have them, but the big one is feed, is kitchen waste, food residues, and meat products that might be brought onto the farm by humans. That's the way the virus is transmitted so often onto farms. And often farms are then transmitted from pig to pig, often by swill feeding as well, which is something we mustn't do, because it's okay if you heat the swill or boil the swill or heat it at 70 degrees for about an hour. That kills the virus. But if you don't do that, it can spread it very rapidly. If you have the wild pigs present, again, you have the same issues of the virus spreading or being maintained in the environment through soft ticks. You have spread from wild boar to wild boar. You again have feed, and I think often the case when there's a long distance spread it's pig products that have been taken by people long distances, maybe in sandwiches or something like that, and they have a picnic on the side of the road, and there's lots of wild pigs around, and they come and eat the rest of their sandwich, and Bob's your uncle. You've got the spread of the virus, and you've got the start. And this could have happened in Spain, as you heard about the recent outbreak. And it's the carcasses of these wild pigs that can maintain the virus in the environment for a long period of time, because it's very, very tough, and it maintains, in some cases, over the whole winter. If it's cold, the carcass can freeze in the spring, in the autumn, in September, and then it can be defrosted in the spring during a thaw, and out the virus is still there, and it spreads around from year to year. So transmission, again, there are subtle differences between African, or quite big differences in some cases, between African and classical swine fever virus. The vectors, of course, the soft ticks is African swine fever virus. There's no known vectors where the virus is biologically transmitted for classical swine fever virus, or there is some evidence for mechanical vector transmission. That's through the mouth parts of flies going from one to the other, taking the virus with them. Direct and indirect contact are the most significant transmission mechanisms for both these viruses. Aerosol transmission in the air is more prominent with the smaller classical swine fever than the larger African swine fever virus, where aerosol transmission is not so significant. As I said, vertical transmission occurs with classical swine virus. It's not the classical swine fever virus, but it's not so significant with African swine fever virus, and it causes this risk from tolerant piglets. The role of the wild boar and wild pigs is very significant in African swine fever virus and classical swine fever virus. They can both maintain the virus in the environment. And of course, we've talked about environmental stability and the fact that African swine fever virus is highly stable, can persist for long periods of time in the environment, whereas classical swine fever virus is less stable, persists for shorter periods. Okay, so just quickly, the key risk factors. I was going to mention, some of these were mentioned by Erica earlier. I think it's important to mention that humans are largely responsible for spreading both these viruses, but especially African swine fever virus, within and between countries, as I said earlier. The problem is we're dealing with omnivores. We're dealing with pigs, wild and domestic, that eat anything, even themselves. When there's a carcass around, they will eat another wild pig, or even a domestic pig will not be able will not differentiate. So there are many things where the virus remains present that are risk factors that we have to take out and mitigate and stop that. One, swill feeding that I talked about, which is very, very high risk for the spread of virus because it survives in all those meat products that would be put into swill. That needs to be heated at an appropriate temperature for an appropriate length of time to get rid of the virus if you are going to do it, or banned completely. You need to avoid contact between the wild boars and the domestic pigs. That is all about biosecurity because they can spread from one to the other. This is biosecurity, biosecurity, biosecurity. It's so important. Human behaviors, as well as Carla will talk about later. Human behavior is so important. We have to change human behavior. This is spread by poor practices, lack of knowledge, information, often money constraints and lack of compensation. A very poor farmer is not going to just kill their pigs and leave them and not get any money for them. The problem is they're going to, once they even hear that the virus is nearby, or let alone if the virus is spreading in their pigs, they're going to take them to market as soon as possible and try to get some money for them. And that spreads the virus. So viruses. There's some evidence for surviving swine becoming carriers. Ticks, as I said, play an important role, and the long distance movements of wild boar, especially during hunting, when they're moved, they're running away from basically people who are trying to shoot them. But the big thing is top right, is virus entering the catering cycle, as in cured, smoked, raw hams, and movement of humans and migrant workers with these pork products. That's the big risk factor that we face. One might ask the question, why is control proving so difficult around the world? And you can see many of these countries now on this map have African swine fever virus, not all of them, but many of them do. And the wild boars that are present, as you can see, the red is the density of wild boar from red to green. And you can see very large amounts of wild boar in many of these areas. And it's this contact between the wild and the domestic pig that's spreading the virus. In many of these countries, the virus is endemic in the wild boar. It's spreading quite happily in the wild boar population. So when that is happening, it becomes all the more important to make sure that biosecurity is good in domestic pig farms, that there's no contact between those potentially infected wild boar and the domestic pigs. And that's possible to do with just good biosecurity. You can keep them apart. The other thing is the role of low biosecurity farms. When you don't have that good biosecurity, you can see here again, red being the large concentrations of backyard low biosecurity farms going to orange. And in this area, that's where African swine fever virus is. It's a real risk factor, this potential contact between wild and domestic pigs. The role of recovered carrier pigs is also an interesting one. We are seeing certain less virulent strains of African swine fever virus appearing. I think to all intents and purposes, we would expect African swine fever virus, if it came to the Caribbean, to be extremely highly virulent. But we have to keep an eye on this because it is reducing in virulence and changing as it's circulating around the world. And if pigs start recovering from disease, then there's a risk that they might become carriers and they might spread the virus. And this, of course, when you've got classical swine fever virus and you've got these more chronic forms of disease, they can spread the disease over longer periods of time and become more carriers. As I said, the role of the humans is absolutely critical. That's where we have to really look very hard. And it's all about risk factors being disposal of dead pigs. People throw their pigs in the rivers. and that's terrible because they're then eaten by wild pigs and the virus spreads. Selling pigs in the face of an outbreak, movement of sick pigs to market, swill feeding, vehicle contamination, vets, farmers not carrying out proper disinfection, poor levels of biosecurity, improper carcass disposal with flies, as we heard about earlier, and lack of knowledge among travelers. And finally, as I've said before, the ticks, they play a really important role, and you need to understand whether we have these Honduras ticks present in our countries. And if we do, we need to work out where they are and whether they have potential access to pigs, whether they're feeding on pigs. And I've said here about the risk factors, again, the shared risk factors, and you'll receive these slides. The risk factors include importation of pigs and pig products, being legal and illegal, and being they are similar. There's a similar risk for both African and classical. And there's also a risk from these persistent carrier pigs with classical swine fever that you don't get with African swine fever. Contaminated feed is a risk for both. Travel and tourism is a risk for both viruses. Wildlife is a risk for both because the virus is often both viruses are maintained in wildlife hosts. Vectors being more wild African swine fever, as I've talked about earlier, and biosecurity gaps is a big issue that we talk about many times. Stopping the virus from getting into pigs, even if it gets into your country, then stopping it from getting into the pig farms. So finally, just to finish up, should countries in the Americas and the Caribbean worry about African swine fever virus? Yes, it's rapidly spreading. It's still a highly virulent virus causing pretty much 100% mortality. It's very tough and resistant, so it's present in processed meats and all those products I talked about, which are being moved around the world. Many people are coming from infected regions to our countries in the Caribbean, potentially bringing these products with them. Some of our countries have feral wild pigs, which may play a role, and we still don't have a vaccine. So one slide, because I know this is going to be covered by others. What can we do about it? As regards legal importation of pigs and pig products, we need to follow the WOA terrestrial code, which sets out how to safely move products, as you know, from country to country, whether they're infected or partially infected or whatever. We need to follow that code to stop the virus coming in legally. Illegally is a different matter. We need to increase border security, as was mentioned earlier, and we need to stop the illegal import of pig products from abroad. We need to increase constantly, it's so important to increase levels of biosecurity on domestic pig farms because that stops the virus getting into the farms, into the pigs. And we need to ensure that we have access to rapid, accurate laboratory diagnosis. And we'll hear about that later. ASF is only a short stroke flight stroke boat ride away. We have to be very aware of that. We'll hear more from Dr. Georges about effective communication and education. There's lots of information out there which she'll cover. And just my final slide is, this was something I saw the other day, which was I was very hopeful of in the future. They have actually gene-edited pigs that are resistant to swine fever in this article here. So they've used these gene editing technologies. I don't know whether you've heard about these things like CRISPR to gene edit pigs so they're resistant to classical swine fever virus. That is something that we would need to keep a close eye on for the future. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'd be very happy to answer any questions now or at the end of the session. Over to you.
Excellent presentation, Dr. Ura. Many thanks. I'm going to invite you to monitor the Q&A in the Zoom space. You may get questions from the audience there. The minister has just arrived now, so we're going to cut our online presentations to invite the minister to come. And then we'll have the break, and then we'll have Fernando and Aruna give their talks before lunch.
Good morning, everyone. I'd just like, as you would see, to make an announcement of the arrival of the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, the Senator Honorable Ravi Ratiram. So just like to welcome him. He will tell you he came from another exciting event in a moment. So, Minister, without any further delay, please welcome to the podium and give us your brief remarks on the event we're having here today. and your experience that you just came from, which is linked to this event.
Thank you most kindly, Ms. Diana Francis, IICA representative here in Trinidad and Tobago. Pleasant good morning to each and every one of you. Dr. Jean-Charles Lavallée, representative of PROCINORTE. Okay, you all hearing me now? Thanks very much. Dr. Jean-Charles Lavallée, representative of PROCINORTE at IICA Canada. Ms. Erica Calderon, technical specialist, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, IICA headquarters. Dr. Lisa Musai, our Chief Veterinary Officer at the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. Dr. Aruna Ambagala, Research Scientist and Head of Mammalian Disease Unit, Canadian Food Inspection Agency and OIE Reference Laboratory at the Classical Swine Fever. Dr. Fernando Lugo, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Dominican Republic. Dr. Christopher Ora, Professor of Veterinary Virology, Faculty of Medical Sciences at the University of the West Indies. Dr. Carla Georges. I missed Dr. Georges this morning at UE, but I'm very happy to see you here because I asked, I said, where's Dr. Georges? Was such a big event happening across at the vet school in UE. When I became the Minister of Agriculture, I found out that we had about 2 AI technicians, artificial insemination technicians, to service all of Trinidad and Tobago. But this morning I was very happy to be part of an opening ceremony. There's a training program that the University of the West Indies, Dr. Georges, is piloting with the ministry, MTES, and other stakeholders, where we are training 20 officers within the Ministry of Agriculture as AI technicians. So let's give Dr. Georges a round of applause for that initiative. Ms. Robin Joseph, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Rural Development from St. Lucia. I understand we have some other distinguished guests here. Our CEO of CAFSA is here as well, Ms. Savin Peters. Mr. Gavin Peters, my apologies, I wanted to know what was happening. But it's a doctor handwriting that Diana gave me here, so it's difficult to understand. And all distinguished guests gathered here this morning, representative of the Regional Surveillance and Diagnostic Labs, stakeholders of the pig and pork industry, specially invited participants, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a pleasant good morning to each and every one of you. And I do apologize for my delayed arrival, but as I mentioned, I was in another function at the University of the West Indies. However, it's both a privilege and a responsibility to join you this morning at the opening of the PROCINORTE workshop on the African and Classical Swine Fever here in the Caribbean. I extend sincere appreciation to IICA and PROCINORTE for convening this timely and highly consequential forum and for selecting Trinidad and Tobago as the host for this critical regional engagement. Your presence here today reflects a shared understanding that animal health is inseparable from food security, economic resilience, and national development, and should I say regional development as well, as within the CARICOM, we focus on reducing our food import by 25 and boosting our regional agriculture production. So it's very important in working towards what this workshop intends to achieve. African swine fever and classical swine fever represents some of the most complex and disruptive transboundary animal diseases confronting global livestock sector. Though they pose no direct risk to human health, their impact on pig population is severe, often resulting in mortality rates approaching 100% in affected herds, with devastating downstream consequences. Globally, ASF alone has reshaped pork markets, destabilized supply chain, and erased years of genetic improvement and investment in affected regions. In Asia, Eastern Europe, and most recently within the Caribbean, outbreaks have demonstrated how rapidly these diseases can overwhelm production systems when preparedness gaps exist. For small island developing states like ours and developing economies, the implications are magnified. Pig farming often supports smallholders, backyard producers, informal markets, and rural livelihoods, making the socio-economic fallout from an outbreak both immediately and deeply felt. This reality places ASF and CSF squarely within the realm of national security, national food and nutrition security, economic stability, and food system resilience, not merely veterinary concerns. In the Caribbean context, our geographic interconnectedness, high levels of informal trade, porous maritime borders, and cultural food practices heighten our collective vulnerabilities. Recent regional experiences have reinforced that no single country, regardless of size or capacity, can insulate itself independently from these threats. And recently we saw what went on with PRRS, where right here in Trinidad and Tobago we had an outbreak. But I want to thank our CVO and the officers within the Ministry of Agriculture, with the support from Diana and IICA, that we were able to isolate that PRRS compromise that we had here, and we were able to more or less eliminate that entire program and sanitize that farm, and soon that farm is going to be back up in production. So I want to thank our CVO. Let's give her a round of applause as well for isolating that threat that we experienced, which could have compromised the industry also. What affects our territory has implications for all, for trade, for movement of animals and animal products, and for consumers' confidence across the region. This is precisely why work of PROCINORTE, operating as an umbrella mechanism that brings together Canada, Mexico, and the United States, and IICA, is so strategically valuable. It allows us to move beyond fragmented response towards coordinated, science-driven, and outcome-oriented regional actions. Here in Trinidad and Tobago, we remain firmly committed to strengthening our national animal health architecture through our Veterinary Services Division, and in close collaboration with international and regional partners, we have focused on enhancing early detection and surveillance system, strengthening labs' diagnostic capabilities, improving border biosecurity and import controls, advancing farmer awareness and reporting mechanisms, and ensuring alignment with international standards set by the World Organization for Animal Health. We recognize that preparedness is not static. It requires continuous investment, constant training, and regular stress testing of contingency plans. It also demands trust between farmers and regulators, between labs and policymakers, and between countries themselves. One of the central pillars of effective ASF and CSF management is timely, accurate diagnosis. Without reliable lab networks, harmonized testing protocols, and rapid information exchange, response efforts are inevitably delayed, often with irreversible consequences. Today's agenda, which includes a strong focus on diagnostic capacity, epidemiology, and lab collaboration of lab services, reflects a mature understanding of this reality. Science must guide policy. Data must inform decisions, and evidence must underpin every response mechanism we design. Equally important is the integration of risk communication strategies that translate complex scientific information into actionable guidance for farmers, traders, and communities. So a technically sound response that is poorly communicated is in practice an ineffective response. Ladies and gentlemen, the fight against ASF and CSF is also a fight for food and nutrition security. Pork remains a significant source of affordable animal protein globally and regionally, and even here locally. When production collapsed, the consequences rippled outwards, increasing food prices, placing pressures on alternative protein sources, and exacerbating vulnerability amongst low-income households. Moreover, disease outbreaks undermine investors' confidence. It disrupts agro-processing industries and it weakens rural communities. These impacts align directly with broader development challenges such as poverty reduction, employment creation, and sustainable agriculture. As the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, I am acutely aware and safeguarding animal health is integral for protecting livelihoods, stabilizing markets, and securing our national food system. This workshop embodies the principles that regional cooperation is not optional, it is essential. Through shared learning, coordinated surveillance, mutual assistance, and harmonized response frameworks, we can significantly reduce the probability of catastrophic outbreaks and mitigate their impacts when they do occur. PROCINORTE's emphasis on practical outcomes, defined deliverables, and collective accountability sets an important standard for how regional mechanisms should function. The knowledge exchange here today must translate into actionable policies, strengthen institutions, and measurable improvements in preparedness. So the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries stands ready to continue playing an active role in this regional effort. We reaffirm our commitment to supporting regional lab and surveillance networks, participating in joint training and simulation exercises, strengthening public-private partnership within the livestock sector, and advocating for sustained investment in animal health as a cornerstone of agricultural development. We will continue to work closely with IICA, PROCINORTE, regional vet networks, and international partners to ensure that our strategies remain adaptive, inclusive, and grounded in best practice. Let me emphasize this. Preparedness is a shared responsibility, and resilience is a collective achievement. The decisions, insights, and partnership forged during this workshop will shape our region's capacity to prevent, detect, and respond to animal health threats for years to come. So this morning, once again, I commend all participants for your dedication and expertise, and I encourage you to engage fully and candidly throughout today's discussion. May this workshop strengthen not only our technical capacity, but also our resolve to act decisively and collaboratively in the interests of our people across the region, our farmers, and our food system. I wish you all a productive and impactful workshop, and I thank all of you for your contributions towards our regional food security. Thank you very much.
Sincere thanks to the Minister for coming. Excellent remarks, I found. And as you know, the disease appeared in the Dominican Republic after 40 years. And so IICA has been heavily involved in partnering with USDA. It's a pleasure for me to introduce Fernando Lugo from the USDA experience and sharing with you today, again, providing you all an update on what's going on in the Dominican Republic. Over to you, Dr. Lugo.
Thank you, Doctor, and good morning, everyone. In the meantime, while you go back to your seats, and I'm sorry, but I have a very strong voice. I can not lower my volume, so I apologize for that. And also, I apologize for not being here this morning with you during Erica's presentation, but I had an emergency call from Washington. We are working also with a New World screwworm, which is close to the border in Texas, and they called me to participate in an emergency meeting. And well, I think I know some of you, but I would like to introduce myself. My name is Fernando Lugo, and I'm Michelle's husband. Who knows that story? Who knows that story? Well, I'm going to tell you a little bit about that story. President Obama presents himself as Michelle's husband. And my wife's name is Michelle. So I like to give her the credit she deserves, okay? I've been working with USDA for 24 years now in February. Wow, and it looked like yesterday that I started working for the food safety in not only in the US but in the world. And I'm going today to share with you our experience in the Dominican Republic and understand what we are doing sometimes. And I know many of you could imagine that you have studied ASF and you have read many articles about ASF, but I'm gonna tell you something today. When you go out to the field, it's totally different, all right? So I want you to pay a lot of attention of what I need to bring today and learn from our experience in the Dominican Republic, what went well, what did not went so well, and you can improve. Maybe what worked for us in the Dominican Republic might work for you guys one day, and maybe not, okay? So I have a little bit of history here, but I'm going to move faster on this because I guess all of you know, but I just wanted to mention that ASF, this is not the first introduction of ASF in the Dominican Republic. In 1978, the DR suffered an ASF outbreak, and their decision in that moment was to kill the entire herd. Okay? They decided, Haiti was on board, and they decided to kill the herd in La Española entirely. That was the decision in 1978. In 2021, it was detected again, ASF in the Dominican Republic, and the decision this time was different. The decision at this point was to do partial depopulation of the animals. So they were going to kill, they decided to sacrifice only the animals that were affected by ASF and the perifocal farms in a 3-kilometer radius. Okay, so that's the story, and that's how we started working. USDA decided to send a team to help the Dominican Republic to control and eradicate ASF in the DR. So we moved a team of 7 people to the Dominican Republic to work with ASF. We thought initially that we were going to control it and eradicate it in a period of time of 2 years. That didn't happen, and now it's endemic to the country. So now it's not an emergency response anymore. It's a normal program that we have in the country. And from that team from USDA that moved to the Dominican Republic, that was 6, now it's a team of 1, and it's me. And I just want to ask you guys, because USDA did a study, and if ASF is introduced into the United States, I want you guys to guess how much it will cost the US economy, just the US. In a period of time of 10 years, I want to hear a number. Just come up with a number. How much it will cost the US in a 10-year period? Tell me a number. 100? 100 million. 100 million. That's close. It's $70 billion in 10 years. Plus pork shortages, the people that are going to lose jobs. It's a huge impact, and that's happening in the DR. We have a lot of people losing jobs, a lot of farms that have been depopulated, and repopulation is not approved at this point. That was the decision of the DR government to not approve repopulation. When we arrived in 2021, this is what we found. These are the provinces that were affected by ASF, and if you look close to this map that I'm showing you, you will see the Northwest in red color, 11 outbreaks in the Montecristi province. And that's the first introduction was in this province close to Haiti. We don't have too much information from Haiti. We cannot confirm if the first introduction came from Haiti. All we know is that Haiti is known to have African swine fever. So at this point, when we arrived in 2021, we thought that we could control the disease. What happened? There was a lot of confusion on the veterinarians and the professionals if it was ASF. Some of them thought it was PRRS, some of them were thinking about some other diseases, but it was COVID period. So they decided they couldn't ship most of the samples they were taking to the US to get tested. So it was like the perfect storm for ASF to introduce to the Dominican Republic. So when we started, like I mentioned, with the depopulation of farms, perifocal farms. We started paying the indemnity of the affected producers, and we started the movement control of the animals. We paid a total, we stopped compensation in September last year, in September 2024. And we spent $12 million compensating affected farmers. Did the compensation work? That's something we have to verify and we have to study. The intention of the compensation is to have the farmers notify affected pigs, right? It worked at the beginning. But then, when you have an endemic disease in the country, you stop the compensation. So we stop the compensation and we switch the compensation to a biosecurity effort in the farms. We want to increase the biosecurity. Our efforts, since the very beginning, we started building a lab diagnostic capacity. Their lab couldn't diagnose ASF, so APHIS supported the Dominican Republic to have their own lab and come up in a result for ASF in 2 hours. So in 2 hours, we know if that sample is positive and we can have a quick response in the field. We created the incident managed team. We increased the field personnel to sample the animals. We provide field supplies. We support the compensation. We establish biocontainment measures, and we created a new communications campaign that is called Pigs Don't Fly. And the situation at 2022 was this one. Look now at the map. In 2022, it was spread throughout the country. And I want you guys to guess which one was our main vector of the disease. It's an animal in 2 legs, humans, okay? So that we were spreading the disease all over the place. I'm gonna tell you a quick story because I was the chief of operations for 2 years, and I went out there to depopulate a farm. I started asking the producer that was affected a couple of questions, how he thought it was introduced to his farm, and a few things. We finished the depopulation. I clean and disinfect my vehicle, all my tools, my shoes, my PPE, we burned it, we did everything right, okay? So I had another farm to sacrifice the same day. It was about 5 kilometers away. I got to the other farm, and 45 minutes after, guess who showed up at that farm? The same farmer that I just depopulated, and I asked him, what are you doing here? And he told me, I live right there. That's my house, next to the pig farm. So I didn't ask any questions. I know who was able to spread the disease at that point. But two things that we have found in the symptoms that I want to bring up to you guys today. When the commercial farms are affected, it initially begins in the south. That's what we are looking. Lethargic on the animals, and this crazy, insane abortion and fever. But the abortion is something that I cannot explain, I cannot share, I don't have any pictures to show you, but it's something that it's unbelievable if you don't see it. The books cannot tell you how bad it is, how the fever feels. You walk in the hallways inside a pen and you can feel that heat. You can feel that heat. In 2022, we decided then to increase the active surveillance, to develop a national biosecurity plan, improve the movement control of animals. We provided more training to field veterinarians and animal health technicians, and we tried to develop an epidemiological strategy, which we're still working on that. In 2024, the incidence of the disease decreased. This is the situation right now in the Dominican Republic. 2025 was a very similar year like the one you are looking at in the map, but that's classic in an endemic disease. It has its peaks, ups and downs. So you're going to see that's what we're looking at right now. And we decided to shift and contain the disease in the island. Our efforts now, we're doing some job in the field, but our main target is to prevent the spread of ASF to another countries. We're doing a huge effort in the Latin America and Caribbean region with you guys to prevent spread of ASF to your countries. So this is part of what we're doing. And the current situation in the country is that it's endemic. No defined strategy, we don't have a plan to work, and this is a critical problem. We don't have a buffer zone between Haiti and the Dominican Republic. So even though the DR decision now is to kill the entire herd in the Dominican Republic, ASF exists in Haiti, and if you don't have a buffer zone, and right now as we speak, we have pigs that eat breakfast in Haiti and then they have lunch in the Dominican Republic. So they move back and forth, and if you decide to kill the entire herd, then in 2 or 3 months, you get another introduction. So that's not the best decision at this moment. That's my opinion. That's not APHI's position. It is up to the DR government to take a decision on what they want to do. We're going to support them, and we're going to support the countries in the region to prevent ASF, and in the event a new introduction happens, we're going to be there for all of you guys and support you on any response. Some things that we're doing is that all the samples that are positive are sent to Plum Island in the US, and we run genome sequence on all these samples. And in the meantime, ARS keeps working on the improvement of the ASF vaccine. We keep working on that, and also we are working with the Dominican Republic to strengthen their epidemiology branch. That's a weakness they have, and we want them to be stronger in terms of the epidemiology branch. This is something very interesting I want to show you, because, I'm sorry. Like I said, we started making a huge effort on improving the biosecurity in the farms. We created with them a national biosecurity plan, and we created a biosecurity fund with the Banco Agrícola to support the farmers economically to implement new biosecurity standards. The green stars that you see on this map are the 25 farms that are certified biosecure. The red dots in the map are outbreaks. But I want to bring to your attention the north center of the country, which is the pork production area. Look at all the red dots that we have there. Right in the middle of those red dots, you have 5 biosecure farms that have been there all the time in the hot zone. Luckily, none of them have been affected by ASF. Is it a coincidence that they are certified biosecure and they have not been affected by ASF? No, that's not a coincidence. There's no vaccine, there's no treatment for ASF, so biosecurity in the farms is the only weapon, the only tool we have to fight against ASF. So we're gonna put all our efforts in have biosecurity farms. But we don't want to do that and wait until we find or we have the first outbreak of ASF to start the implementation of biosecurity farms. You want to do that ahead, okay? So don't wait until it's too late to have a biosecurity farm certified. In terms of the biocontainment, we've been doing a good job. We've been successful in containing ASF in the Dominican Republic, and to do this, what we have 35 canine teams working at the airports in the Dominican Republic, inspecting passengers that are traveling out of the Dominican Republic. These 35 canine teams, they began working in August 2022, and there were only 9 canine teams. Now, in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have 35 canine teams. We are the second largest canine team for agricultural purposes in the region, behind Mexico. And this is the unique program that inspects passengers for agricultural purposes before they depart. Has been a huge challenge. Just imagine that terminal full of people playing merengue, bachata, and the dog doing the job. Just this past year, in 2025, these canine teams confiscated 4,500 kilos, 4,500 kilos of pork meat, just in 2025. That's a good number for a canine team, not using X-ray machines, not using anything else, just the canine, which is a good idea, and we're looking to see how we can start implementing these canine teams in other countries. Usually you see these teams upon arrival, right? You don't see them on pre-clearance or pre-departure. We also included the inspection of the passengers going on the ferry that connects Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic. What we need to improve there, these canines are not trained to inspect vehicles yet. That's a different training, and we're working on that. That's something we're doing. We're trying to increase the amount of passengers that we inspect. Because I can tell you today, we're inspecting 100% of the flights that departs the Dominican Republic. What we're not doing is inspecting 100% of the passengers going out of the DR. In terms of this, what is our main challenge when we go to the field and we have to sacrifice a positive ASF farm? And I want to hear from you what you guys think is our biggest challenge when we go out to the field and we have to sacrifice a farm of 1,500 animals. Raise your hand or say it loud. Say it out loud. Who said disposal? Yeah, you are in a coffee, okay? So you can have a coffee later. Disposal of animals. It's the disposal of animals. Because sacrificing the animals, it's not that hard. What we use, I know that's a question that you guys have. What we use in the DR to sacrifice the animals. Want to know the answer? Just stay with me for 2 minutes and I'll give you the answer. Okay, but the disposal of animals has been a huge challenge because many times these farms are in places that they don't have where to bury these animals. And you have large amount of animals. I have sacrificed farms of 4,000 animals. And you know how many holes you have to dig to bury 4,000 animals? And then it's 7 p.m. and the sacrifice brigade keeps sacrificing animals. The disposal brigade is burying animals. Now the hole is full. It's 6:30 p.m. and you have 200 animals, dead animals that you have to dispose of. So what you do, because you cannot let those animals hang out during the entire night, so we stay over hours till 10 p.m., 11 p.m. So in terms of logistics, you have to consider all of these situations, because the incident management team, and I'll be very honest with you, I was the operations chief, and I have an incident commander telling me, Fernando, why you haven't finished the sacrifice in that farm? Well, I have 200 animals that haven't been buried, and it's 6:30 p.m. And my holes are full, and now I have to dig another hole, have a caterpillar come back, dig another hole, and deal with these 200 animals. I'm not gonna let them hang out with ASF without being buried, okay? So that's one example I wanted to mention today. Total passengers that we have inspected in 2024, we inspected 10 million passengers. In 2025, we inspected 11 million products. That's 4,000 opportunities of ASF to get introduced to another country. 14,000. That's 14,000 opportunities of ASF to be spread to another country. I know you guys want to know how we sacrifice the animals, right? What we want to do in the future, we're going to keep supporting the DR on the response. We want to increase the inspections, like I said, more passengers inspected. We want to reduce the seizures, in our case, in the US. So in your countries, if you're receiving passengers, and if you have seen a decrease in your confiscations, please see me later and we can have a chat about it. Because we want to share all this information with you guys and improve the passenger inspection. And we're going to go over that in a minute. Something else that we want to do in the future is public awareness. Because ASF doesn't affect humans, they think they can do whatever they want with the products. They can visit pig farms and walk around without any biosecurity. And they can travel with the salami, chuletas, around the world. But no, we don't want that. We want the public to be aware of the risk of ASF and the risk of spread ASF to another countries. We also have worked with the Dominican Republic to improve the biosecurity measures for the country. So we donated a total of 12 new incinerators that are placed around the country to support the handling and disposition of international garbage. And I don't want you to answer this out loud, but give yourself a number in your country. How do you rate your handling and disposition of international garbage? Between 1 to 10. Rate your country on how you handle and dispose of international garbage. 5, 6, 9, not even a 2. It doesn't matter what the number is, we need to work on improving our handling and disposition of international garbage. Something we're doing with them is that, yes, we donated the incinerators, and we can have a $3 million incinerator right there. The newest technology, the newest sterilizers that you can find in the business. But if you don't handle the international garbage correctly, it doesn't matter if you have that expensive incinerator or sterilizer. If you don't have protocols established, if you don't follow them, if you don't have the legal authority, legal framework to regulate international garbage, that's something we need to evaluate and improve. What are we doing with international garbage? In the last years, we have found that most of the animal diseases that have spread around the world, international garbage. Okay, so keep that in mind, especially for us that we are in the Caribbean. I'm from Puerto Rico, and we receive a lot of tourists in the Caribbean, especially during winter, right? And we have to be aware of that. These are the locations of the incinerators that we donated. The red dots are where we place the incinerators. If you look at the border with Haiti, we donated 4 incinerators to be used at the border with Haiti. And you're probably thinking, why incinerators? But that's your decision. Each country can decide if you want to use incinerators or if you want to use sterilizers. It's up to you guys, whatever. Those are the 2 treatments for international garbage. It's up to you to decide which one works better for your country. Be ready, be alert, and be prepared. 3 things that I encourage you today and your countries to follow up after this meeting is, how are my quarantine programs, which include passenger inspections. How well am I inspecting the passengers arriving to my country? How well am I handling and disposing of international garbage? And that's prevention. For early detection, we want to do surveillance. How's my surveillance for pigs? From 1 to 10. Is it a 5? Is it a 6? It doesn't matter the number. You want to improve it. And lastly, but not least, we encourage all of the countries and all of you guys to have a contingency plan. Which country has a contingency plan as we speak right now for ASF? Raise your hand. You have a contingency plan? So go back and create your plan, because you want your professionals and your technicians to know what they need to do. If there's an introduction, you might never use it, and that's okay. You might never use your contingency plan. That's why it's called contingency plan. But if there's an introduction of ASF, you want everyone in your team to know how they're gonna respond. You don't want to wait until you have the first pig that is sick to come up with a plan. So be prepared. We have to be prepared and have that plan ready. And how we sacrifice the pigs. When we got into the Dominican Republic, they were using some other techniques that I don't want to talk about at this moment, but we provided them with captive bolts. What happened with the captive bolts? After 30 shots, they get hot. And imagine you're in a farm sacrificing 1,000 pigs, and this captive bolt gets very, very hot, very hot. So the technicians in the Dominican Republic, they improved the technique of using electricity to sacrifice pigs, and they're doing an amazing job doing it. It's working. It's working for them, okay? But that's how we're doing. But today I just want 3 things that you guys go out with this in your mind and think about it. It's how well I'm doing with passenger inspection and regulated garbage. That's the 2 highest risks for ASF to be spread. Is illegally transportation of pork products in passengers and international garbage. How's my surveillance in my country for early detection? And is my country prepared to respond? Is it? You need to sit down and evaluate these couple of things with your team, improve what you need to improve. If you need any assistance, you have the international organizations to help you. And we're living through African swine fever response in the Dominican Republic. You can feel free to contact us, contact me at any moment. If I don't have an answer, I'll find the person that's going to help you and help us to understand better African swine fever. 2 things before, if I have time, I don't know if I have more time. We did a study of, because it was mentioned in the presentation before, we did a study in the Dominican Republic of the tick, or Nithodorus species, and the answer is yes, we found the tick in the Dominican Republic. We're waiting for a final report. We run a PCR test for ASF in these ticks. They were found negative. Okay? Can we take them out of the equation? No. They're a vector of the disease, so we cannot take them out of the equation. Okay? But yes, we found them in the Dominican Republic. And I know there's going to be a Q&A session at the end, but if I have time now, I would like to answer some questions because I prepared my presentation short, so a couple of you can answer questions regarding the response in the Dominican Republic.
So to manage this, gracias, Fernando. We have 2 mics. Richard, can you circulate with one? Lisa, maybe you can grab the other mic, and we could circulate the room. Online, we are monitoring the chat. There's a team looking at, and we'll talk about it on WhatsApp, and we'll get those questions in. So we'll do 10 minutes. In fact, if it's okay, we're delighted to have the minister up, and you can ask questions either to Fernando or the minister. And then we'll have the Canadian presentation, and we'll have a hard stop at 12:15 for lunch. Fernando, please stay.
Thank you.
Just raise your hand for the
Yeah,
question.
go ahead.
Yes, hi. So I wanted to find out, is your biosecurity plan mandatory by law? Is it something that you updated your law and you put it into your act to get compliance? Thank you.
That's a good question, and the answer is no, it's not mandated by law. It's a voluntary decision of the farmer if they want to participate in the biosecurity plan, national biosecurity plan. But mention this, you have to, if you want to give these farmers some kind of compensation, you can attach this compensation to biosecurity, and that's our suggestion. That's not happening as we speak. As we speak, APHIS stopped the compensation in the DR. The government decided to continue paying their own compensation, but we want them to attach this compensation or any kind of compensation. It doesn't have to be money. There's so many ways you can give them: goats, rabbits, just whatever, but it's not mandated by law to have a biosecurity in your farm. The thing is that if you get affected by ASF, who's going to lose the impact? The economic impact is going to be on the farmer, but it's going to be hard for the government to continue supporting compensation forever. And that's a good question that we can ask. When should we stop compensating? We don't have an answer for that.
Two questions left, and then Richard over there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, morning. So it's nice to see what is being done in the Dominican Republic in response to ASF. Do you know what is being done in Haiti with respect to their ASF response? Are they testing? Are they depopulating positive farms?
Well, in Haiti, what I guess is happening is that ASF is getting rid of the pigs, because as far as we know, we don't have too much information from Haiti. What we know is that they have the disease, and we don't know anything else. Yes, we've been in meetings with several veterinarians from Haiti, and they want to start sampling again the animals, and we're doing an effort right now to send them the supplies to start sampling, and we're going to send these samples to the lab in the Dominican Republic to be processed, so they have a better idea to what extent the disease is in Haiti, and probably do something with the disease.
Okay, thank you, Fernando, for your excellent presentation. Two things. First of all, on the contingency plan, I think it's, as I know, the international organizations are working with the countries to ensure that we all have this contingency plan, because I think we all appreciate the importance of having them. But not only having them, I know Erica spoke of having a regional simulation exercise, but also the national simulation exercise of testing. What we may have in countries are national disease contingency plan for some of these diseases. You can utilize that, but it's important that we test whatever plans we have, and we, together with you, through the Committee of Chief Veterinary Officers, will work to ensure that all of us can have our national plans. But my question is, as it relates, you spoke of the dogs, and you said you want to improve the surveillance of passengers leaving. Don't you use the scanners at the airports for passengers when you're leaving? Or isn't that an option that can be utilized?
The scanners?
Yes.
No, we don't have scanners.
Okay.
No, that for passengers leaving the country.
Yes, for passengers.
There's scanners for security that inspects different for other things, for other agencies, but for agricultural purposes, we have not been able to have personnel there at these X-ray machines or scanners to inspect for agricultural products, especially pork products of these passengers leaving the country. And this is very difficult because we are trying to implement something and a regulation that is from another country in the Dominican Republic. So they agree, the DR government agree to have a resolution signed by the minister and support us on a regulation to open bags to seize products at the airport. Remember that we need a legal framework to seize products from a passenger. And it was a challenge at the beginning. We did an effort to implement scanners at the airports, and we were not able to do it because these airports are rented to the private sector, and it's much harder to have them agree on having scanners because their flights are going to be delayed now. It's another inspection process at the airport. We met with them. We told them, no, your flights are not going to be delayed. We're going to do the best we can, but they didn't agree to do it.
I suggested because, for example, when you're leaving Guyana, your bag every passenger, your bag goes through a scanner before you leave. So it is something that we can look at. What will have to be introduced is, I don't know if they check there, I doubt it, for, say, pork products or animal products leaving. But I know your bag must go through, they check for other things, I know for sure.
I would love to talk to you later and see how they do it, if they can search for agricultural products and see what is the regulation they have in place, and we'll talk about it later during the day. Yeah.
Hi.
I'm just trying to manage, so we have a question online. We'll come back to the room. We'll do 3 questions in a room, and then we'll go to the next presentation. Dr. Ura, over to you.
Just a quick question. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation, Fernando. I know there's been some trials of the Vietnamese ASF live attenuated vaccine in the Dominican Republic. Are there any plans to roll out that vaccine?
Yes, we run 2 vaccine essays in the Dominican Republic with the Vietnamese vaccine from I can't recall right now the name of the company. I have it on the tip of my tongue, but
AVAC, I think.
AVAC? Okay, so we run these 2 essays, and we have to share the results. It was performed by ARS. We have to share this information with the Dominican Republic, and it's up to them to take a decision if they want to use it or no, because the vaccine is developed, but we haven't tested. What we haven't tested is the vaccination, the dosage, and this vaccine is only approved for growing pigs, not for sows, which is their interest to vaccinate the sows. So at this moment, they have no intention to apply the vaccine in the Dominican Republic as we speak. There's no intention. They want to wait until there are some other studies on the vaccination for ASF to take a decision on that matter. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
The lady please.
Thank you very much. I don't want to lose the discussion on the dogs, the agricultural dogs. Casey and Hackshaw from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I want to know from you, Fernando, where do we go to get these dogs? Because I have no eyes on what's coming in at the international airport. There is customs, yes, but I have no eyes. So where do I go to get these dogs so that I can have a peace of mind? Thanks.
And I feel you. I've been trying to find working dogs lately everywhere around the region. Right now, we can find working dogs in Colombia. That's the only country that is providing working dogs. After COVID, I don't know what happened, and you guys maybe know better than I do, that dogs became very popular as pets more than they were, and their prices raised a lot, especially in the US. And it's much easier for a breeder to sell out a dog in 3 months than 8 months. Because working dogs, you have to wait a little bit longer to have them ready to work. So most of the breeders, what they're doing is they're selling their dogs now as pets and not as working dogs. But we found these two breeders in Colombia that are selling very good dogs, and you can have them trained or you can have them what we call green dogs.
Hi, good morning. I think it's Nevis. And I think I will extend myself to Anguilla. They left us, but I'll extend myself. One, thank you so much for your efforts in the DR. I'm glad you spoke about dogs. We've personally looked at the situation in the DR. I'm glad that your number has increased as well, because the number of dogs that we've seen at the airport operating, at times it doesn't cover the extent of flights that are there. And therefore, I'm glad to see that you have increased in that. We've looked a little bit about, in the smaller islands, it's all about keeping it out. And it's difficult keeping it out when we have a constant insult of meat leaving the DR and coming across to these smaller territories. When we looked at the legal framework, DR had a CSF, and there was supposed to be something that legally banned all exports of meat from the DR. That seems to be non-existent or not enforced because we are constantly having products coming across. Is there, one, a legal document that we can see that we can then enforce on our ports and on the airlines, which should have their screening and disallow meat from moving across these territories? Or is the USDA working with them to put this legal framework in for the banning of the exportation? For this, a country that is endemic to a disease, I do not think meat should be leaving. Definitely it's a responsibility of the country to ensure that meat does not leave, but that does not seem to be the situation.
Yeah, that's a great question and a great observation. We have seen some illegal movement of pork products from the Dominican Republic. How they exit the country, we're working on find out how they exit the country. But in terms of the regulation, it's up to every country to have a regulation that prohibit the movement of these products. And in this specific case, like USDA, if I follow you correctly, to have a letter or a regulation that can tell the airlines that cannot move pork products and the passengers, that's going to be really, really difficult, and because it's the authority of every country to issue a legal framework to prohibit the movement of pork products. But in this case, what I can tell you is that we are doing an effort in the Dominican Republic, because we have heard many of your countries in the Caribbean specifically receiving illegal pork products, like salami is the most popular. You tell me if I'm wrong. Is it salami?
Yes, like quesos.
Okay. I would like, if you have any pictures and I can see them, please, when during the day, just show me the pictures. I will tell you this, that Indubeca, which is a very popular brand of salami in the Dominican Republic, they have, they produce the salami also in the US with certified pigs that are grown in the US. You have to look at the label and see if it says USDA inspected or if it's USA made. Because we found this in the ferry. We were doing an inspection and we found a salami coming from Puerto Rico into the DR, and we found one Indubeca salami that it was made in the US and served with pigs that are healthy and safe.
So thank you very much for that, because we, by practice now, we just see it, it's confiscated. But if this is produced in the US and some is allowed in, then we'll have to look more carefully at it.
Yeah, just very carefully look at the label. Read the label. If it's in Duveca, that's the only one who produce salami in the US, in New Jersey. But the other companies, no. So there must be some illegal movement of pork products out of the DR. And we are looking into those illegal because these brands are commercial brands. So if they're moving in commercial packages, we are able to find out how is that happening.
One last question up front here.
Thanks, Fernando. Excellent presentation. Just out of curiosity, those farmers where that animals were sacrificed, what is the source of income and livelihood now?
What is what?
What is the source of income? What did you do now to generate income for outside of those animals that have been sacrificed? Is the government putting things in place for them to have alternative livelihoods, retraining, going into new programs?
Yeah, we had a program with another international organization to change the livelihood of these farmers, but many of these farmers, especially the commercial farms, they don't know anything else to do. They have, this is like the fourth generation growing pigs. That's all they know, grow pigs. And most of them, they get the compensation, and that's how they are surviving for the next 6, 7, 8 months. And they're looking forward for the government to approve repopulation again. Is it risky again to do it? Yes, you still have ASF in the country, but they don't know anything else to do. They just know how to grow pigs. And I have talked to a lot of them, and they cry and they tell me, I don't know how to do anything else. I just know how to grow pigs.
Yeah, so I guess that has to be included in the contingency plans going forward.
That's a good idea, to come up with another livelihood. So it could be goats. We tried goats, we tried sheep, but goats is a very good business in the Dominican Republic because the goat meat sells very well.
Just one follow-up question quickly, no?
We're behind.
We're behind. Okay, I'll talk to you after.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
That was excellent. Best practices, lessons learned, and please continue that conversation over lunch. I know we'll be live streaming the inauguration in Costa Rica, but you're most welcome to eat outside the room with Fernando and Erica and others in terms of sampling. This is one of the better engagement sessions I've seen in many of the workshops, so well done, team and colleagues. I'd like to then now invite a member of our task force from Canada. He's based in Winnipeg, Dr. Aruna Magala, to proceed with his presentation. Good morning.
Thanks, the organizing committee, for the opportunity and to present today at the workshop. And I'm sure most of you are familiar with us. I'm Aruna. I'm from the National Center for Food and Animal Disease, the WOHA reference lab for ASF and CSF. And as you can see, the presentation is just, I'm going to go over the diagnostic tools and a little bit of biosecurity measures that we have to think of when it comes to the laboratories and the collaborations that we have been doing as a WOHA reference lab. So NCFAD, just a couple of slides, and from Canada. And if you're not familiar with the NCFAD, so it's in Manitoba, and we are one of the labs in the CFIA's laboratory network. The NCFAD is the Canadian National Reference Laboratory for Food and Animal Diseases. We provide diagnostic services to the CFIA National Animal Health Program. We have biosafety level 3, biosafety level 4 facilities with large animal. Experiments can be done. And we are ISO certified. We are WOHA reference lab for classical swine fever, African swine fever, highly pathogenic avian influenza, and foot and mouth disease. and also via FAO reference centers for FMD and zoonotic and emerging pathogens. Other functions we do is we we do technology development, research, training, scientific advice, and international consultation. So today we are talking about classical and African swine fevers, and I think we had really good introduction on both the diseases. I want to thank Erika, Chris, and Fernando for all the background that you provided. And as we talk about that, the classical swine fever and African swine fever cannot be differentiated, right? Although they have similar names, they affect the pigs, similar clinical picture, similar pathological lesions, and they both cause severe economic losses, and both viruses can survive in meat and meat products. And there are differences. These two viruses are caused by two different viruses. One is for classical swine fever, it's a small RNA virus. And for African swine fever, it's caused by a large DNA virus. Sorry, I'm getting calls from the lab. And African swine fever, as we talk about, that is transmitted by ticks, but the classical swine fever is not. And for CSF, we talk about that we have a commercial vaccine available. There is no globally accepted vaccine for ASF. So CSF is highly contagious, and ASF is relatively less contagious but more stable. And this is just a diagram that I use to explain the spread of these diseases when I talk about contagiousness. As you can see here, classical swine fever so this is a hypothetical disease scenario where we talk about the period of 2 to 4 weeks. And if you have an outbreak or detection or incursion in a pen, and this is how the virus will spread. And you can see that the FMD, if it was FMD, and you will see within 2 to 4 weeks, the whole pen is affected and very few animals dying. Whereas you have African swine fever, you have less animals affected or infected, but more animals dead. So you will have about 90% mortality within 2 to 4 weeks. And if you look at classical swine fever, it sits in between foot and mouth disease and African swine fever. Disease will spread faster, but the mortality will be less. And Chris Ora mentioned this multiple times, that the current strains that are circulating in the world when it comes to classical swine fever are either low virulent or moderately virulent strains. So there will be less mortality, and this will be very difficult for us to differentiate from endemic diseases that are affecting the pig herds. Pointing out again that these two diseases cannot be differentiated by clinical signs or pathological lesions, and we have many other diseases that cause a similar clinical sign and pathological lesions, like PRRS, bacterial septicemia, poisoning, and you heard from Fernando that at the beginning of the outbreak, they were suspecting PRRS in those herds in Dominican Republic. So the definitive diagnostic requires laboratory testing. And this is a diagram to show you what happens inside the pig after infection, and it will help you to understand why certain diagnostics are used at different stages of infection. So this is showing the dynamics of African swine fever infection. It is going to be slightly different from classical swine fever, but I'll point out the differences. So following infection with the African swine fever, you are going to see very significant viremia within very, very short time. And the antibody responses are going to be only seen in these animals between 7 to 10 days. And you can see the antibody responses coming up. And you can detect these antibody responses by ELISA. And the viremia will continue. And because of this reason, during acute phase of the infection, we say the blood is the best sample for detection and confirmation of African swine fever, and serum, which contains antibodies, is not the best sample during the first 7 to 10 days. With the acute disease of African swine fever, as you see with most of the viruses that are circulating in the world, you will have animals die within 7 to 10 days, and you will not see, in most of the animals, you won't see antibody responses. So blood is the best sample for detection of acute cases of African swine fever showing clinical signs. And after 7 to 10 days, you will see antibody responses scrolling up, and these animals will have antibodies pretty much throughout the rest of the life if they survive the infection. And this is seen with the moderately virulent strains and low virulent strains that are emerging in parts of Asia. And they have seen it even in Europe. So the difference is going to be is with the classical swine fever is that the antibody responses are going to be delayed, and usually you don't see antibody responses until 2 to 3 weeks, and mostly around 3 weeks you will see the antibody responses going up. CSF induces neutralizing antibodies. However, the antibody-mediated neutralization of African swine fever is controversial, and we haven't been able to comfortably show that the African swine fever virus can be neutralized by the antibodies. So looking at these graphs, you can see during the acute diseases, virus detection, most pigs die before seroconversion. So the virus detection is the best approach for the laboratory confirmation. And for the subacute infections, both virus and antibodies can be detected because the animals will live longer. And the chronic cases of African swine fever that's seen with low virulent strains affecting the pigs, and you will be able to detect the antibodies. And at that time, probably they don't have enough viruses, or they will have intermittent viremia, and you may not be able to detect all the time. With the CSF, Chris pointed out how important the persistently infected pigs, and in those animals, as he mentioned, there's only virus can be detected, and these animals do not seroconvert. So depending on the virus involved, and we will have to decide which tests that we are going to use in the laboratories. The recommended samples for live pigs is the whole blood and serum, and from the dead pigs, spleen, lymph nodes, lung, kidney, liver, tonsils, and bone marrow. Bone marrow is specifically mentioned when there's only bones are left in the carcasses and everything is damaged. Especially, this is true for the wild boars. If you have wild boar carcass and only the bones are remaining, you can submit the sample to the laboratory because the bone marrows will have the virus and can be detected. So we can detect the virus or we can detect the antibodies. For the detection of virus, the best, most sensitive and specific assay that we have, as you all know, is a real-time quantitative PCR. And we have these assays for both ASF and CSF established in the diagnostic labs. And for just for the screening assay, this takes only about 2 hours for the extraction and detection in most of the cases. And for the confirmation, you can run conventional PCR followed by sequencing. Especially, this is important for the first case of first detection in a country. You need to be confirmed by conventional PCR and sequencing that it is ASF and CSF, and the real-time detection is not due to a contamination or some non-specific detection. For the antibody detection, the screening assay that we use is the ELISA assays, which is very easy to perform, very fast, and most of the diagnostic labs are equipped with an ELISA instrument. And there are diagnostic assays available, even commercially available assays are there for ASF and CSF detection. And usually the antibody detection by ELISA has to be confirmed by additional testing. And for African swine fever, immunoblotting test and immunoperoxidase tests are commonly used. And for the classical swine fever, neutralization assay, or the NPLA we call, is used. I'll go into details on these assays next. So if you focus on the left side of the slide, and we talk about the virus detection for African swine fever. So the whole blood or the tissue homogenates, as I mentioned, real-time PCR is the screening assay. And if you have a positive result for real-time PCR, then you will move into the confirmatory assays. And if you have a positive detection in the confirmatory assay, then you can move to the virus isolation. You can also move from real-time PCR to virus isolation directly if you do not, or if you think that your detection is accurate. And if it is negative, then you stop the detection. Then if you stop the testing. Virus isolation is done on primary cells, and those are the most sensitive cells that is available. And some countries use just porcine alveolar macrophages for the virus isolation. The importance of virus isolation is the gold standard for any virus detection, as you know. And with African swine fever, not like other viruses of pigs, it causes hemadsorption. So this is the absorption of red blood cells into the infected leukocytes. And when you see the HAD, which develops within 3 to 5 days in culture, and you will know that African swine fever is present in the sample. There are some isolates of African swine fever that may not cause HAD. So negative HAD doesn't mean that there is no African swine fever in the sample. Therefore, if the real-time PCR is positive and your confirmational PCR and sequencing tells you that the ASF, very likely you have an ASF in the sample which is not causing hemadsorption. Those can be determined by, again, doing real-time PCR on the sample to show that there's the real-time CT values are dropping in the sample. That means the virus is propagating. Or by titering the virus on the PAM cells. These are the porcine alveolar macrophage primary cells. And performing staining, this is immunoperoxidase assay. So using an antibody that can bind to the viral antigens. And mostly we are using positive serum from a pig, infected pig. And usually you can get an idea of the presence of HAD negative virus by this assay and also the titer of the virus if the virus has propagated in these samples. And if it is positive, and if this is positive and here, then you are going for whole genome sequencing. And also you can perform pathogenesis experiments to figure out like what exactly this virus is doing to the pigs, because most of the cases in the field, as Fernando mentioned, that it is going to be a complete picture, and it is difficult for us to know whether it's a moderately virulent strain, highly virulent strain, or a avirulent or low virulent strain that we are detecting in these samples because of other co-infections that are going on in the field. So we usually perform pathogenesis experiment to figure out what kind of a strain this isolate is. So this is just the diagnostic plan, the steps that we perform here at the NCFAD, which can be adopted by any diagnostic laboratory. For the CSF virus detection, it is very similar. The real-time PCR is the frontline assay, screening assay. If it is positive, we will move to the confirmational PCR and amplicon sequencing, and also moving to the virus isolation. Unlike African swine fever, there are cell lines available that you can use to isolate the virus. You don't have to work with the primary cells. You can use PK15 or SK6 cells. Those are the standard cell lines that we use for virus isolation. Classical swine fever does not cause CPE. So you have to do a titration and staining again to make sure that there's virus in the sample. You can do, or you can do real-time PCR to show that your CT values are dropping. That's telling you that there is virus growing in the sample. Once you have an isolate, you can do whole genome sequencing and also perform pathogenesis experiment to find out whether this virus is, what's the virulence of this virus. So for the real-time PCR assays, and at the NCFED, we are using Tignon assay. We call the Tignon assay. This was developed some time ago in Europe. And this is very sensitive and very specific assay that we are performing. As I mentioned, we can complete the extraction and detection within 2 hours once we receive the samples in the lab. For confirmation, it is confirmational PCR followed by either Sanger sequencing or MinION sequencing. For the classical swine fever, we are using the Hoffman assay developed by the German laboratory, FLI, and very sensitive, very specific assay that we use for screening. There are a number of other ancillary assays that we can use, and one thing I mentioned about the virus isolation can be done. Whole genome sequencing can be done. And this is HAD that you are expecting to see on the right side. And these are control cells, and you can see the red blood cells as well as the primary lymphocytes, leukocytes. There's no hemadsorption in here. The rosettes are seen only in here. You can clearly see that the red blood cells are sticking to the infected leukocytes. The immunohistochemistry I have given, you can perform immunohistochemistry and in situ hybridization as ancillary tests, and some of the examples here given. We have an antibody that works very well in immunohistochemistry, and also you can perform in situ hybridization on the tissues. The pathogenesis experiments to do to determine the virulence. These takes a long time. You can see there are times takes 2 to 3 weeks for whole genome sequencing, in about a week to do the in situ hybridization, and 4 to 5 weeks to do the pathogenesis, etc., and to understand what the virus is, whether it's a virulent virus or a low virulent or moderately virulent virus. However, I want to point out here that you don't need to do these ancillary tests to make any actions. You can take actions based on the real-time PCR assays. So our focus needs to be in the laboratories to establish the screening assays and, if possible, confirmation assays to prepare ourselves so that we can take immediate actions to control the disease if it is detected. For the antibody detection, again, on the left-hand side, it is for the ASF antibody detection. As I mentioned, we use ELISA. If it is negative, we don't proceed. But if it is positive or suspicious, then we will have to perform confirmatory diagnostic assays. That is immunoblotting and indirect immunoperoxidase assays. If it comes negative, both these assays, especially IPT, is very, very sensitive assay. If it is negative, then we suspect that the ELISA sample is false. It's a false positive, and but if there is epidemiological indications that this could be African swine fever, then we would recommend going back to the farms and collect additional samples for further testing. For the CSF antibody detection, we use serum. Again, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks for the pigs to develop antibodies, detectable levels of antibodies by ELISA. If it is negative, we won't proceed, but if it is positive or suspicious, then we will move to the NPLA assay. With classical swine fever being a pestivirus, there are other pestiviruses that can infect pigs, can induce cross-reactive antibodies in these animals. These are BVD and border disease virus. These are common, and especially these can be seen in backyard farms. And these animals will have antibodies that will cross-react with the CSF ELISA. Therefore, you will get some positive or suspicious results. But if you perform NPLAs, which is a neutralization assay, using these viruses, then you can eliminate the possibility, the exposure of these animals to BVDs and BDV. So ELISA assays at the NCFAD, we are using a commercial kit, which is called ingestion PPA compact assay. And we have validated this assay here at the NCFAD. And we know it's very specific and a highly sensitive assay. But still it can give false positive results. Therefore, we have confirmatory assays in hand. These are the immunoblotting test and immunoperoxidase assays. So you can see the immunoblotting test uses strips that are developed using ASF-infected lysate, cell lysate, run it on a gel and transfer it into a nitrocellulose membrane, cut the strips, and then you will be just performing it like a like a Western blot, and through several washes and probing with sera from a positive sample. And what you will see are these bands that you will see indicating that the antibodies are present in the sample against multiple different antigens. Because most of the times in the ELISA assays, there's only one antigen used, but here you will see responses to multiple antigens and as a confirmatory assay. So this is the IPT assay, immunoperoxidase assay, and this assay uses ASF-infected Vero cells. This is a special strain that is Vero-adapted cell that's been used to infect these cells. And once the infection proceeds, the cells are fixed, and we can freeze these plates, have it available whenever we want to use it. And if you have a positive, antibody-positive sample, you can put that antibody-positive sample on these plates and stain it against anti-swine HRP conjugated antibody, and then stain, and then use the substrate, and you will see this brown color appearing if you have antibodies to ASF in your sample. This is a highly sensitive assay, and because you can do it in a 96-well plate, it has a very high throughput compared to immunoblotting assay, where you have to handle these individual strips one by one. For the CSF, I mentioned we are using ELISA, and we use the IDEX ELISA, and in our hands it's validated, and it's very specific and sensitive. But again, we still face the issue with the presence of antibodies against other pestiviruses, which can give rise to false positive or suspicious results. So we perform the neutralization assay. Both the confirmation assays for ELISA and for PCR requires level 3 facility, because with the IPT assay that I mentioned, these were all prepared using infected virus, and immunoblotting strips are made using infected cell lysate, so you need level 3 facility to perform these assays. And obviously, for neutralization assay, which uses live virus, you need level 3 facilities to perform this assay. But it is very specific, and we can rule out the presence of antibodies to BVD or BDV by this neutralization assay. Those are the current state-of-the-art assays that most of the reference laboratories have, and most of the non-reference laboratories, the national reference laboratories in each country, we want them to have at least the screening assays. That's a real-time PCR and ELISA, so they can detect the virus and take initial actions if the virus is suspected in the countries. There are, in addition to those assays, there's always improvement. There's a lot of research going on to increase the assays that we have. There are improved real-time PCR assays being developed with more increased sensitivity. There's multiplex detection. You can detect African swine fever, classical swine fever at the same time, and there are assays that you can detect ASF, CSF, PROS at the same time. And also there are new assays that are coming up to differentiate genotypes. I don't know whether we touched on different genotypes, and we have genotype 1 and genotype 2 in the circulation right now in Asia, and genotype 2 in the circulation in Europe, and genotype 2 in Dominican Republic. But in Asia, there's interesting developments with genotype 1 and 2 recombinant strains that are coming up. And it is almost 70% of the virus that are detected in Vietnam now is supposed, according to the reports, is recombinant strain. And there are a number of gene-deleted vaccine strains circulating in these countries, legally or illegally introduced vaccine strains. So there are a number of real-time PCRs are being developed, and some of them have been published that can differentiate these different forms of the virus. There are LAMP assays that are being developed. They're fast, they're sensitive, they're cost-effective diagnostic techniques. They're robust techniques, and some of these does not require extraction steps, which requires a lot of resources and cannot be performed in the field. And because of that, these LAMP assays, there are some commercial LAMP assays that we are evaluating some of these ones, and this can be used as a point of care testing. There are improved lateral flow assays. Currently available antigen detector and LFS have very poor sensitivity, and so we do not recommend them used in the field. There are antibody detection lateral flows. They are almost as comparable to the laboratory ELISA assays. However, the use is very limited because you need an LFA assay or the lateral flow assay, a field assay in the field to detect an acute case of African swine fever, or immediate quarantine, for movement control. But we don't have a good lateral flow assay that we can recommend at this point. But there are improvements on these lateral flow assays. They have incorporated fluorescent detection to improve sensitivity. And also they have combined the LAMP assays with the LFA to increase the sensitivity and specificity of these assays. So there are a lot of assays in the pipeline. As WOHA reference labs, we are involved in testing these assays, and if you need more information, you can contact us. For improved antibody detection, there are fluorescent-based ELISA assays to increase sensitivity. There are multi-antigen assays are being developed for confirming ELISA results. In my talk, I was asked to talk about a little bit of a biosafety and biosecurity for the laboratories. As we all know, that both biosafety and biosecurity are critical for laboratories who are doing veterinary diagnostics. Doesn't have to be like whether you're handling live ASF or CSF or not. And both these biosafety and biosecurity regulations established at the local, national, and international level. And we know that the biosafety is required to prevent an intentional release of ASF and CSF to the environment. And these measures include engineering controls that you have in the place in the lab, administrative controls you have, standard operating procedures you have, and the personal protective equipment to prevent the virus leaving the laboratories. And the biosecurity focuses on personal and institutional security measurements to protect unauthorized access, the misuse, delivery, and intentional release of these viruses. So this could be physical security, personal security, inventory controls. If you have viruses in your laboratories, record of the quantities, location, access limitations to these viruses in your possession, and secure data management, the cybersecurity to protect the sensitive information. So we need to think about all these things. Although you don't have the viruses in your countries, if you have a situation where you have the viruses and if you have to work with the viruses, so these are the things that you need to always think about to keep it, to have it in the place probably before, during the peace times, so that you have everything in place so that you can avoid any biosecurity or biosafety issues. So we know that there are four biosafety levels determined based on the infectivity, transmissibility, and the origin of the pathogen, severity of the disease, and the nature of the work being conducted. And we recommend that handling live ASF requires biosafety level 3 facilities and animal facilities, especially if the virus is not endemic in your country. And there are several steps that you can look at, and these are the biosafety requirements that was recommended based on WOHA recommendations, and also there was a study done in Italy by Pavon et al. Group, and it is a publication if you are interested in looking at what are the biosecurity and biosafety levels that you need to impose if you're going to work with African swine fever. And this applies to the classical swine fever as well. So there are a number of things, as you can see, there's when it comes to facility organization, equipment, the personnel, the laboratory clothing. So there are several things that we need to think about, and has to be in place if you want to handle African swine fever or classical swine fever in your laboratories. I'm not going to go into details, and I can provide you the slides to go over. And there's a reference in the bottom if you need more information. That brings to the last part of my talk, collaboration. The collaboration, how important it is. And we all know we have limited resources. All countries have limited resources, and we encourage us to work together. As Chris mentioned, that we can do it. We can prevent ASF coming and destroying our swine industries if we work together. And that's what we, as WOHA reference laboratories, are here to do. So collaboration with WOHA reference laboratory to help the regional laboratories to strengthen their diagnostic capacity, harmonize the diagnostic checks that you have, and fostering a sustainable scientific network. And I have reference labs on this map, and you can see for African swine fever in the red and CSF in purple. And this is us in Canada, and we have United States, we have USDA as a WOHA reference lab for African swine fever. There are other laboratories in UK, in China, in multiple laboratories in Europe, and you can work with any laboratory you would like to. As WOHA reference laboratories,
Aruna.
Sorry.
This is JC, and I was wondering if we could stop now and ask the room for 1 or 2 questions. And
Sure.
You said you could share your presentation. Maybe you also put your contact information in the chat. And
Sure.
we're about 10 minutes away from the live streaming the inauguration for the new IICA Director General.
Sure.
Thanks. Wonderful presentation. It's very technical. Anybody in the room have questions for Dr. Amagala on diagnostics? What you've seen so far? I saw a lot of nodding. People in the room were agreeing with your approach. Any reactions to what he said? Anybody online? We have 1 question in the room, Aruna, and then we'll break for lunch.
Sure.
And in the room, just for housekeeping, please let the minister go first to grab lunch, and then the rest of us can grab lunch. Carla? Mike?
Good morning. I'm Carla Georges from the University of the West Indies School of Vet Med. I would just like to know, have you all been testing any environmental samples or even food-based waste such as garbage at your reference lab?
No, we haven't. The only environmental sample that we have been testing is we have done some research projects on testing oral fluid, which can consider as sampling environment as well, because these are the ropes that we hang in the big pig pens, and the pigs will chew on it. And in addition to the ELISA, they will put everything in the surrounding on these ropes. And we have tested some of these samples for early detection of African swine fever at the research level. I know US has been done a lot of work in this area as well, and happy to talk about these things if you're interested in.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else in the room? 1 more question, and then we'll break for lunch. In the back here.
I was just thinking about what is the cost the operational costs for your lab, because we're thinking in the region of improving our laboratory services or capabilities. But a lot of the countries, and I know I'm going to use the opportunity the minister is here because they're going to be asking him. We have the labs, we have some of them that are equipped, but the problem is normally with the reagents. So if we can have an idea of how much it is, so that we have an appreciation of what it is that we need when we get these facilities developed, how much it will cost to operate them.
Thank you for the question. And it is very difficult for me to give you a number, a dollar number. But I think these are basic requirements. And what I showed you is, as a WOHA reference lab, what kind of diagnostic assays we perform. But I think we have to keep in mind that for your early detection and rollout controls and quarantine, you do not need all these diagnostic assays. What you need is the screening assays. This is what we are trying to promote and have every country have the ability, the kits, diagnostic kits, and trained technicians to do these screening assays. As WOHA reference laboratories, we can confirm the diagnosis and help with the whole genome sequencing and every other assay that we want to do with these things. But what is critical for the disease control and take quick action? I mean, you saw what happened in Dominican Republic. I mean, it's so critical for us to detect early and take actions to prevent the spread. Otherwise, it becomes endemic disease. So for that, we need the screening assays. And as WOHA reference labs, we are available. And we will have the network, I think, create the network with the WOHA reference labs from during peace times so that we can communicate and help you to do the confirmation. But you need to detect the virus. And if you look at all these outbreaks, even Dominican Republic, I think when they went back and look at when it was introduced to the country, it was many months before it was detected. So months the virus will spread, right? And so what we need to know, what we need to do is to educate the veterinarians so that they can immediately submit the samples. And then we have the veterinary structure to screen these samples that are coming in. So pretty much what you need is real-time PCR assays and ELISA assays set up. So I think from the governments, I think that's what their resources has to focus on, to establish these assays, and then they can quickly detect any suspected sample and educate the veterinarian and the farmers to submit any suspected samples to the diagnostic labs. So to answer your question, I think the government has to really think to provide these diagnostic labs the technical support they need to the basic screening assays that they need in these laboratories, which should not be very expensive.
Thank you, Aruna. Thanks for the presentation and great contributions this morning. I appreciate your time. We can take a break now in the room. Sure. Everyone's applauding in the room.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aruna.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy that we have not lost most of you after lunch, and grateful for PROCINORTE for allowing me the opportunity to make this presentation. This presentation really outlines Trinidad and Tobago's approach to preparedness and emergency response for porcine disease outbreaks. It focuses on national contingency planning, coordinated response mechanisms, and the roles of key stakeholders in managing diseases affecting the swine sector. Okay, so the purpose of a porcine transboundary animal disease contingency plan. Well, the reasons were already given to us by everything Fernando outlined, but just to quickly go through it, you need to prepare for disease incursions and outbreaks. You want to encourage early detection, rapid containment and control, eradication. Control relies heavily on early detection and rapid response. So it it dictates the success of your efforts. You want to protect public health, food safety, your food security to ensure it, and safeguard the porcine industry. As Erica and Chris mentioned in their presentations, it was said to us repeatedly that ASF and CSF are clinically indistinguishable without lab testing, and it actually requires similar emergency response structures which are consistent with WOA guidelines. And ASF and CSF, also mentioned before, have high socioeconomic and food security impacts, so contingency planning helps and preparation helps mitigate those type of impacts. To do this, you must have legal and institutional framework, right? It can't really be done properly without that. The emergency animal health response in Trinidad and Tobago is grounded in national legislation. A strong legal authority enables rapid quarantine, stamping out, and interministerial coordination. In Trinidad and Tobago, the act that guides us is the Animal Diseases Importation Health and Welfare Act. It was updated in 2020. And we also have a draft Trinidad and Tobago National Response Strategy for ASF. It is a rough draft, and I'm comparing it, I'm calling it rough because I'm comparing it to our avian influenza contingency plan, which we would like to see our ASF plan sort of reach to at least that level so that we could test it with a simulation exercise. The authority and institution that we have is the Ministry of Agriculture. That's the line ministry responsible for dealing with an outbreak. And our minister has the authority to declare animal disease emergencies. Our permanent secretary and chief technical officer are the persons who handle the administrative and finance resource facilitation. The Animal Production Health Division, in particular the chief veterinary officer, is the technical lead and is the incident commander. And that is the point person who activates the ASF task force, will establish different infected premises, and I'll get into the premises later, restrict movement, and authorize compulsory slaughter, etc. The activation of an interministerial mechanism is a critical coordination platform for mobilizing resources and policy decisions. So looking at the scope of a porcine contingency plan, I want to point out that there is an FAO booklet, the GEMP. I don't know, you all are familiar with it, the emergency management planning. And it describes to you 4 phases of an animal health event that involves an emergency. So there's peacetime, alert, emergency, and recovery. The preparation and preparedness, well, that happens during peacetime. Ideally, that's when it should happen, and it will involve logistics planning, equipment your country with emergency supplies in the lab and in the field, training your personnel, conducting simulation exercises. We have some plans for that later on this year. Stakeholder and general public awareness, education, outreach, because we need to have that engagement done now during peacetime. Then you move on to the alert phase, which deals with the early warning and surveillance. You want to have your heightened surveillance, and we'll get into that in another slide as well. The emergency phase is the outbreak response and eradication procedures. And then lastly, you have recovery and business continuity. And someone else, an earlier speaker, touched on the importance of that continuity of business for the farmers because we are impacting their livelihoods. You must have multi-sectoral coordination. So for us, apart from Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, we involve Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Trade and Industry, National Security, Public Utilities, Environment, Transport, Works, Local Government. We also involve THA, Tobago House of Assembly, because whatever is happening in Trinidad, Tobago needs to be involved in. The academic institutions, UE, UTT, our NGOs, the Trinidad and Tobago Veterinary Association, the Trinidad and Tobago Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals to handle that welfare aspect, EMA, environmental management agencies, and of course the livestock sector. And also you should have regional and international agencies involved, because that's where you get the guidance and the support that is necessary. So we're talking IICA, FAO, CAFSA, PROCINORTE, to name a few. So early warning and preparedness. As I mentioned before, in the alert phase, this is where you have your heightened vigilance. In our Animal Diseases Act, there is mandatory reporting of suspect cases within 24 hours. So should a farmer or a private vet or an animal attendant or whoever is noticing that first suspect signs in the animal, is duty bound by law to inform us about that within 24 hours. Enforcement is a different thing, but it's in the law. And then you want to have your enhanced surveillance. So your field investigation is going to be risk-based and epidemiologically linked, so that you have your resources going where there is the greatest risk. Because obviously we are all very limited in the resources we have, both financial and human. And you want to do a lot of enhanced diagnostic activity, so your sampling and your lab confirmation, right? You want to do these things as quickly as possible, because that first confirmation, that first laboratory confirmation triggers a series of other activities in your response in the field. And of course, you have to have your stakeholder education and compliance and wildlife and public sector engagements. So stakeholder involvement is usually done with a One Health approach, right? We have veterinary services, both in MAF, Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, but also private vets as well, and veterinary public health. We involve academia. We've done it for the last 2 PRRS outbreaks that we had. We really could not get things done with the efficiency that we did without academia being involved. Our swine producers and industry groups and stakeholders are very important. National Security and Protective Services and your wildlife and environmental agencies, local government as well, right? We need to be collaborating, all of us need to be collaborating as a single coordinated system in order to have a favorable outcome. So just a little bit about support. The ASF task force is going to be a multi-sectoral body, and again, a One Health approach, and you get a lot of technical and policy guidance from the various expertise in your task force, and that is the support that a chief vet would need in a disease outbreak. Right? We have police and defense force to do the enforcement. We have the environmental agencies, engineering and utilities to handle like carcass disposal, and the health sector. Even though these are not zoonotic diseases, ASF and CSF, but you still want the health sector involved because of consumer confidence and that public health interface. You want to stand as a united front to build trust in the consumers. And again, support comes in the form of regional and international agencies, which, we cannot take for granted. So I'll go a little bit about Incident Command System, ICS, and I would mention that IICA recently, I think it was about maybe 2 months ago, had a training in ICS, and those of you in this room that did not participate or have not participated in that training, I urge you to do so, because it's a very useful training tool. You really get to understand from a perspective of an incident command system what you are supposed to do, how to do it, and the importance of doing it. Right? So Trinidad and Tobago adopts the incident command system for animal health emergencies. The system itself provides a very structured framework for managing porcine disease outbreaks. It provides a standardized management structure that improves coordination, safety, efficient use of resources. It organizes response activities into 5 key functions, which is command, operations, planning, logistics, and finance and administration. And when you build that ability to see those pillars in your mind and you start sectioning it out, it makes the work before you a lot easier, and because you're able to mentally organize things, and it helps. Okay, so just some of the key take-homes from that training. You learn about standardized emergency management structure. You learn about clear command and coordination. Efficient use of resources, because we all know, as I said, it's something limited, so you want to use it in the best way that you can. Improved responder safety, which is something maybe we take for granted when we're out there in the field. We just want to get the job done, but we have to remember about our own safety when we're there. And the system is actually scalable to fit the size or severity of your outbreak. So it's usable that way. And a little bit about the incident commander. For us, the technical officer of animal health, which is the chief veterinary officer, serves as the incident command officer and leads in the outbreak response. So that's me. My job is ensuring all activities align with national objectives, and responsibilities will include setting objectives, coordinating all the response agencies, authorizing control measures such as the population, zoning, we'll get into zoning in another slide, and serving, well, in our particular case, serving as the official spokesperson on the event, and also of activating and deactivating the emergency operations center as required. So the emergency operations center, it serves basically as a central hub for managing the outbreak response. And it supports your planning, logistics, data management, and communication. And it enables real-time coordination between the decision makers and boots on the ground, the field teams. So in our ASF National Response Strategy, we have a sequence of events that's mapped out. And of course, that's going to be our response during the emergency phase. So it's basically, as you see in the diagram there, the porcine disease response follows a structured sequence. There's an alert phase, then you have investigation of suspect cases, activation of the contingency plan, declaration of infected and surveillance zones, operational response, eradication, and then recovery. And each phase has predefined trigger points and action steps to ensure timely escalation and control. So zoning helps control spread while minimizing unnecessary disruption. So we have in our plan defined premises and zones. Your infected premises is where the ASF infection exists. Dangerous contact premises, premises that contain livestock and products, and fomites that have been recently introduced from an IP, infected premises, and are likely to be infected or contaminated. So there is that epidemiological link. So you want to involve them and categorize them because there's a certain way you want to treat those type of premises. Then you also have suspect premises. Those are premises that contain livestock that have possibly been exposed to ASF virus, and your surveillance and your quarantine measures there would be somewhat different. But it's not one that is going to require some sort of preemptive slaughter. It's a temporary classification, and when you investigate, then you would clarify or verify the status of the suspect premises, whether it now becomes a clean premises or an infected one. And then you have your different zones. We have protection zones, which is the zone just with a 3-kilometer radius around the infected premises, and your surveillance zone, which is has a 10-kilometer radius around the infected premises. And there's movement restriction of animals, people, vehicles, equipment, and so on, and these are enforced with our protective services. So control and mitigation strategies. It's going to involve quarantine and isolation and movement restriction. And with our PRRS outbreak the last couple of years, we found that moving in and doing that as soon as possible would have been a major factor in us just having to deal with, on both occasions, one infected farm instead of several, right? From the time we suspect, we would issue on a suspected premises, and that farm is on lockdown, even on suspicion. We have not tested anything. We have just seen what we saw, and we lock you down. While you're on lockdown, we take samples, and we send to the lab, and we do our confirmation and so on. But that movement restriction is there first and foremost, and I think that is why we had, in both instances, only needed to deal with one infected farm instead of more than one. And we have, after declaring the infected premises, we've also moved in to do our enhanced surveillance in and around, geographically in and around that farm, and we also did surveillance on any epidemiologically linked farms. So with speaking to the farmer, we would know where he has been and where others who have he has been with, where have they been, and we've done our trace backs and trace forwards, and those were the high-risk farms and premises that we did our sampling and surveillance in. Humane depopulation, in both instances, both outbreaks of PRRS, we did humane depopulation because it was required at the time. Carcass disposal, there are different ways that we did it. In the PRRS outbreak in 2024, there was burial on farm, and those for those animals that were not market weight or size. Those that were, they were allowed to be further processed because, well, pork is safe to eat, right, with meat. And the reason why that was allowed is because the slaughtering plant was on the farm. Slaughtering plant and the further processing plant was on the farm compound. So we were able to not need to move or transport any animals out of those premises to still allow the farmer some amount of livelihood during an outbreak on his infected farm. And in the 2025 PRRS outbreak, again, it was just one infected farm. For that one, the carcass disposal had to be at a separate premises because the farm premises water table was high and was not conducive for us to bury on the farm. So it was a completely different approach and different action taken then. So they were both lessons learned in all the different ways that this can be done. Cleaning and disinfection, that follows carcass disposal and you start right away. We call those the 3Ds, so it's depopulation, disposal, and disinfection. And the farm remains on lockdown until the 3Ds are completed in its entirety, and we are able to test the environment and prove that the virus has been eradicated. Enhanced biosecurity. This is a must as a mitigation strategy, and we spoke about it at length yesterday in our meeting. It is something that we have to drive home with our livestock farmers. Biosecurity, biosecurity, biosecurity. They need to understand what it is and the importance of it. And it does not have to be any, big, costly, investment to practice biosecurity. There are some simple measures that can be taken that have big impact in disease prevention and disease introduction into your farms. And this is what we want to make farmers aware of and to have them trained in learning how to do it. And I do like Fernando's plan about biosecurity, and I will be picking his brain about how they go about doing that because I think that's an excellent idea. Just to let you know that all these actions outlined here do prioritize animal welfare, human safety, and environmental protection. Risk communication to stakeholders. When you're looking at any animal emergency response, communication must be a part of it, right? Your public has to be aware, has to stay informed, and has to be able to decipher facts from propaganda, right? So, and this is done from public awareness and education, right? Our media coordination needs to be centralized so that Ministry of Health and Ministry of Agriculture and other stakeholders, we're all saying the same thing. This way we are able to uphold transparency and therefore maintain trust in our public. We have also obligations for regional reporting to CAFSA and international reporting to WAR when we do have outbreaks of listed diseases. So effective communication is vital for porcine disease outbreaks. Clear messaging supports compliance. It reduces misinformation and maintains public confidence. Transparent reporting to regional and international partners help preserve credibility and trade relationships. And I would want to put a plug in for more regional coordination, and by that I am looking at regional solidarity, information sharing and early warning, technical cooperation and surge support, and harmonized regional approaches. And maybe PROCINORTE could be an agency that we can lean on to get that kind of support. Recovery and stand-down phase. So this involves, your environmental testing and therefore, determine when you are going to lift that quarantine. And once the quarantine is lifted, well, the next phase is looking to repopulate under strict criteria. So it will be like controlled restocking, right? You have to continue monitoring and evaluation because you want to maintain that this farm that you've now made disease-free stays disease-free. And very important, after something like an outbreak response, is your after-action review. you must do that. And this is where your lessons learned adds to your experience and helps you update your contingency plans accordingly. Compensation can be looked upon as a policy tool that can encourage early reporting and reduce concealment and support eradication objectives. So it's a good idea to have a compensation plan because it goes hand in hand with compliance. And as I mentioned, revision of your contingency plans from your lessons learned so that you can update your plan. Your plans should be tested before crises to be able to strengthen your systems and your future preparedness. And just a couple of things that I've been able to pick up in our last PRRS outbreak, share with you. Clear leadership saves time and resources. Coordination matters as much as capacity. And clearly defined roles and authorities are important. So if you keep those in mind, you can go a long way in dealing with your outbreak response. And before I end, I just want to re-emphasize a statement made by the Honorable Minister in his feature address. Preparedness is a shared responsibility, and resilience is a collective achievement. And I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Musai. Excellent presentation again.
Thank you.
In terms of the incident command system, has that been actually mapped out in terms of who are the key stakeholders, clients, agencies, institutions, who are the point persons in each of those institutions, and what their roles and responsibilities will be in case of an outbreak? Has that been clearly mapped out in the plan?
In our contingency plan, we do have it mapped out by ministry, who the point person or responsible person is in the ministry, and then later on in the plan, what their duties and responsibilities are. But having had the training in ICS recently, my plan is to format our plan to suit the formatting of an ICS. So that will be, the information is there, but it will just be formatted differently. So it will be clearer with the ICS formatting than the way we have it now. Gavin.
Yes, excellent presentation, and I wanted to reiterate when you spoke on the compensation, why I'm saying this from a regional perspective. We normally talk about this all the time, but in our plans, how many of our countries actually has a compensation policy, or it's enacted in legislation so that it can be provided and implemented when we have an outbreak? I would urge that in the development of our plan that we look at that. There are various formats that the compensation policy or can be implemented and executed. A simple one is that in peacetime we can prepare and say we have this compensation fund that for every pound of pork that is being sold, that goes into that fund. There are strategies that we can utilize to build up this compensation so that we don't wait until we have an outbreak and then we are saying, oh, there is no money to provide the compensation because we have not been prepared for it. So in our contingency plan, I am urging that we look very seriously in getting these compensation plan or fund or in place. Another area I wanted to say, if you can elaborate a bit about, is the authority to enter farms. You said even when they are suspicious farms, and you can shut them down and say, is that authority in given by legislation?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I wanted to raise that so that for us who are looking at our contingency plan too, and you started off by saying that your plan, if it's grounded in legislation, it will be more helpful when it comes time for its implementation. So just to remind us of that part of it. Thank you. And again, excellent presentation.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
I did want to, if I may, Fernando, did you want to react to the contingency? She was going to pick your brain. We may as well do it in public. Mike?
Can you hear me? Yeah. You just made my day listening to your presentation. Amazing presentation. Just one more thing, because when we write things down, that's not going to last forever, and we can fix it at any time. We can come back and say, this didn't work as well as we planned, and we can change it. Okay, so that's part of planning. But you just made my day. Very good presentation, so congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
There are no questions online. We're just, the team and I, just as a reminder to those on Zoom, to put your questions in chat. The team and I are monitoring and communicating on WhatsApp to get those questions into the room. Yes, one more question. Please. Come back.
Pleasant good afternoon to each and every one of you. Lisa Perez. Just a concern. Well, I also do fish waste management, and under EME, they ask me to be concerned about the groundwater. In burying the diseased pig with spurs, will that contaminate the groundwater? And is there a particular depth that you should not go in order to contaminate the groundwater? Thank you.
Okay. Yes, good question. So before when we are considering mass burial for carcass disposal, that is one of the things that we have to check. And we do check to see where the groundwater level is. So for instance, in the disease outbreak that we had last year, the water table was too high. So we could not bury on the farm. And we are guided by the environmental agencies on this. We don't have the information. This is where your interministerial collaboration takes place. So we are guided as to where we can bury, right? So usually established landfills are areas already known to have their water table is low, very low, so that you can have burial there. And that is where we would look to do mass burial when we can't do it on the farms.
Okay, in addition to that as well, I observed that they spoke about the soil type, because you'll get leaching depend on where you bury. So thank you very much.
Yes, that's also a factor. And again, we are guided by local government when it comes to stuff like that. I saw another hand. Yes.
Lisa, thank you for your presentation, and I'm very happy that the training works. Just one thing, remember the training, in the end of the training you had a checklist of requirements. What do you need in the case that you want to implement the ICS? So it's great that you are thinking use the ICS in your response plan. Now you can access the second part of the training. So you can have like in detail a training face-to-face to implement the ICS here in Trinidad and Tobago. So you can request that.
Oh, that'll be excellent. Thank you.
And the ICS is an excellent companion with your contingency plan. Is the way how you will organize and implement your response in an outbreak. So it's an excellent companion.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you again. Oh, one more, yes?
Just one more thing following up on the water level, because what is suggested is that even though you don't find water and the water level is still low, we use tarps to prevent that infiltration of water.
We did that. We lined the burial pits as well. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Masai. And she's completely right on public trust. In Canada, half the consumers, around half, will never buy that brand again after a food safety scare. E. coli, Listeria, Salmonella, whatever. So, and it affects your entire industry. It doesn't affect just that one business. For us, when I travel from my home to Vancouver on the Pacific Ocean to Trinidad, it's the same distance, and it's still Canada. And then they close the entire border. Yet that distance is huge, and you don't have those zoning agreements, that the buffer zones and all that. That's really important, that concept. Anyway, I'm not here to share about Canada. I wanted to, when you look at risk management as an ecosystem, you do the analysis, you do the assessment and the management and the comms. So the next part is about communications and awareness strategies. Dr. Georges?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I know it's just after lunch, so we're a little bit, sleepy. But this presentation is, of course, one of the outputs from our PROCINORTE IICA consultant projects that took place over the past 2 to 2.5 years. And I just want to recognize our PIs, Dr. Teola Noel and Dr. Corinne Wong from the University of the West Indies. And of course, this project was in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries and our CADMS, which is the California Center for Animal Disease Modeling and Surveillance at University of California, Davis, Professor Beatriz Martinez Lopez and her team, who visited Trinidad and Tobago twice over the past few years. So these projects, the first was an evaluation of the risk of introduction and enhancement of surveillance and control strategies for African swine fever to Trinidad and Tobago. And the second one led on it, which is a risk assessment of re-entry of classical swine fever into Trinidad and Tobago, and to develop an early warning system. So one project sort of led into the next, and the consultations for one improved or fed into data for the other. I'll first take you for a little walk through the first project, and you'll understand all of this helped build our strategy in terms of how we decided to go about the communication. What are the best communication strategies in these types of events? This project had several objectives, and in order to do it, we broke it down into training, evaluation of the biosecurities, evaluation of the risk of importation, and to investigate if the disease is at all present, and to conduct some sort of modeling, mathematical modeling, to try to evaluate that risk of entry of this disease, knowing that we are disease-free. So the methodology was multifaceted. It included quite a lot of engagement, major being stakeholder consultations, training, engagement with pig farmers. So we have to identify our stakeholders. And I was speaking with our comms person from the Office of the Prime Minister. And even though I've been in veterinary medicine for over 30 years, the breadth was first discovered in this project, seeing that we had to communicate with the maritime industry, and it's something that we don't even think about. And that was very remarkable, and you'll see how that has assisted veterinary medicine during the whole course of this project. So we also had to do, of course, sampling, and then we did food-based, pork-based waste surveillance, And of course, we had to, of course, give our results to our stakeholders. So all this is part of the communication. So the stakeholder engagement occurred, the first one occurred just coming out of COVID, January 2023. And there was a lot of, we wasn't sure should we have it in person, etc. Would people come out? And it proved extremely useful, because out of this consultations, we realized that several of our stakeholders, namely our farmers, said this is the first time we are actually being engaged like this at the university setting, in a university classroom. So a lot of, and with them, with that stakeholder consultation, we were able to adjust our questionnaires that we helped develop for the industry itself and for the other partners that we had to interview. So the pig farmer engagement also was quite extensive, because we had to actually go through the list that was provided to us, and we realized that although the list had about 400 persons, active farmers was about 10%. So about 45 or 46 at that time were actually active, and the way we were able to improve the list was through a snowball method, asking persons to recommend to us the names of other farmers. So we know that although, and then of course the industries that people are in today, out tomorrow. So it was a very dynamic and quite interesting sector when you actually try to find out about farmer engagement, because this is about communication as well. We interviewed farmers, that's Dr. Noel, the team from the Ministry of Agriculture, some of you are here, and to find out about the industry itself, what it looks like, what is the infrastructure like, what are their needs, what are we going to be facing in terms of biosecurity and inventive and inclusion. So all of that data was collected for Trinidad and Tobago. So just to give you just a snapshot, in total it was 90 farms, and I lumped Trinidad and Tobago into sort of one for some of these because it was about the same, okay? So most farms were closed. They would, in terms of they were well secured in terms of biosecurity. Most of the farmers, so they will have an all in, all out, so they will bring in pigs, grow them, sell them, okay? If importation of live animals or genetic material did occur, we found that the last importations were over 6 years ago, and it did happen from ASF-free countries. We spoke about informal importation, so we asked them, do you get animals from sources other than the correct sources? Of course, everybody said no, right? Swill feeding, so that's the feeding of garbage or waste, tend to be practiced by a very small amount of people, just 13%, and it was about the same for both Trinidad and Tobago. But what do we know? We know that there's unregulated movement of animals. And in terms of ticks, part of the project was actually to try and find that soft tick. There was some sampling, it did not occur. There were what we call feral pigs around, but not associated with any of those farms. So feral pigs are pigs that are allowed to go and graze in the garbage dump somewhere and then come and collected and slaughtered. So we did not see any of these types of practices being done by any of the farmers on our list. And disposal and indemnification were in the event of an incursion. So we needed to basically know how garbage or how passengers, etc., will disclose or declare any of their products, and in case of an incursion, is there any sort, is the farmers going to be compensated? In order to analyze this data, so this data is based on answers to the questionnaire, yes, no. There's a technique that it doesn't give you statistical evidence about the data, but it tells you where the answers are clustering. So this is something called a multiple correspondence analysis, and in it we put things like the type farm, whether it is a reproduction only farm, whether it's a grower finisher. We asked, are products sold to farms, are they sold to butchers, what type of housing do you have, open or closed. We put in whether it's the Trinidad or Tobago, and then the size of the farm, we said whether it is a large farm, which is 50 to 100, or a very large farm above 100, or small farms, whether you have commercial activities, whether you sell processed products, where you practice quarantine if new animals come on farm, whether you disinfect your vehicles. So some of these are biosecurity measures. Do you have vet visits? Do you feed your pigs your leftover food from your kitchen? Do you feed your pig factory waste? So in Trinidad, a lot of factory waste is being fed to pigs, but in Tobago, that is not the case. So what did that MCA really tell us when we looked at some of the key patterns? So all of this is needed in order to inform a communication strategy. So when we looked at farm characteristics and we kind of compared, what we did, we compared like things like farm size, the management practices, the all in, all out, etc., and the biosecurity, so those big broad themes. And so we try to see how do those themes, cluster together. Who is doing the same thing, and is there gonna be a separation among all of these different questions that we ask? So we're looking at practical patterns for data. Okay, so what the data showed through that analysis is that large farms are more likely to be commercially oriented, where they would sell their products outside, and they are also more commonly located in Trinidad. And smaller farms seem to be linked with limited external sales, and they seem to be more associated with Tobago. We found that regular vet visits clustered with stronger biosecurity, and these stronger biosecurity practice included quarantine and vehicle disinfection, and infrequent or no vet contact was linked to weaker biosecurity, and we found that type was more common. Infrequent or no vet visits seem to be more commonly associated or clustering with the smaller farms. So one of the take-home messages which will be needed in a communication strategy is that farm size influenced management practices. So it is, of course, something, well, you hope to expect, but smaller farms will benefit from more targeted support. In Trinidad, I know we have two large commercial farms, but we have other large farms, but in terms of commercial. But most of our farmers are smaller farmers, right? And they're the ones that drive food security for the population, right? So their small farmers definitely will benefit from targeted support because of the numbers and, of course, that biosecurity red flag. So findings, therefore, are poised to guide our outreach efforts and our targeted fundings. Okay? So this is the second project. So the data from this project helped inform this one. And for classical swine fever, we did have an incursion of classical swine fever through an unfortunate policy decision to import a vaccine during the time, I know this morning, there was the presentation on classical swine fever showed that there was an incursion first in the 1970s in Haiti and Dominican Republic. So a farmer in Trinidad at that time, so that's the historical oral tradition that we got from one of our vets. One of the farming community, the pig farming community, got nervous and saying, listen, let's, wet your house because the neighbor house on fire kind of story. And they said, let's import vaccines and start vaccinating our pigs. And it so happened that those vaccines were the crystal violet modified live vaccine out of Mexico, I think, right? And it therefore produced live virus infection, full-blown classical swine fever in Trinidad and Tobago at the time. So we have had that lesson, and the reason why the farmers wanted to import it was because there was that memory of classical swine fever being present in Trinidad and Tobago back in the 50s, so that was 20 years. So the older, influential farmer at that time remembered what happened in 1950 and was like, you know what, we need to do something, and basically it turned out into a semi-horror story for the country. Okay, so we do have that oral tradition, which is part of our risk history. This project, we had a lot more stakeholder consultations, both in Trinidad and Tobago. And those consultations helped us to get a clear understanding of how we are going to move about communication and what will be the best method for engaging the sector. And of course, inform the stakeholders about the project goals. We had question prompts, so we found that this method worked really well, and we used it in order to get our information to see how we can inform communication strategies. So the question prompt is, consider your present situation. What do we have in place that is good in terms of communication and reporting? What is holding us back? What is the anchor? What is preventing you from reporting in case of some sort of outbreak that is happening, and or if there's a suspicion event, what is going to prevent you from reporting it? And for your situation, what is your ideal situation? What would you like to see for your farm, for the industry? What you want to see for the future of Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Caribbean moving forward? So we did have participants online. And of course, action into all these meetings. So we had to move from talk to action. Who is willing to lead some of these initiatives? And we put them into short, medium, and long-term goals. So we could not really focus on everything, but what came out is that there needs to be an awareness of the diseases to all the stakeholders through the outreach programs. We need to enhance the capacity for prevention and management and to provide all the information needed. We need to really engage properly and address the issues that these farmers do have, and a task force needed to monitor, testing, exactly, and evaluation. So a dedicated task force for all of this. And some of the findings is that the vet officers and the livestock attendants, some of them they don't have enough support from both the vets, the officers, the attendants, and the farmers. They don't have enough support. High cost of feed came up throughout all our consultations. Some of them said lack of accessibility to information, and of course, the vet support for farmers. We formed a WhatsApp group with all our stakeholders to facilitate communication, and we did a lot of parts of the education to diseases through outreach programs and the seminar and workshops. And one of the recommendations came out we need to target the young people in schools at all levels, okay? And we have to have the policymakers work directly with the farmers when constructing their policies. So at this time, we have sort of built a network for the farm, from the data. We have built awareness among the stakeholders. We recognize that this project took place when there was an incursion of PRRS, and because one of the stakeholders who came to our first meeting, he thought he needed to let us inform. Okay, so part of it was that he built that awareness, and he was afraid that, oh my God, what if it is one of these diseases? We looked to, of course, collecting waste, ships and airlines, and we have now established a relationship with that community. And this community also knows absolutely nothing about swine diseases and the risk that they pose. And we were able to educate one of the major stakeholders for the shipping industry. And he said, well, okay, well, he's going to make sure that his people know more about it. We learned how to set up traps for ticks, and of course did the testing, both serology and PCR. So the stakeholder consultations in Tobago were very successful, done in conjunction with the Tobago House of Assembly, and we got specific ideas of where we shall target our communication strategies. We created posters beforehand. We gave it to the groups and we asked them to critique the posters for us. We also showed them some posters put out by international organizations. And they sort of helped us into what can we do to get the better engagement. So this is one of the posters that we put out and which they critiqued. Part of it, they want to make sure that the numbers were correct, that they could really inform, get information. A lot of it is who is going to answer the phone. The practical aspects were important. And a lot of people were concerned about the meat being not edible or not safe for human consumption. So part of that, they said that we need to get that out there. Okay, so some of the key communication approaches were, we need to make sure that communication leads to something, and that something for our situation was effective reporting, early warning. That's the early warning system. Communication is part of that. We needed to build trust between the farmers and authorities, and we found that with the engagement, there appeared to be a lot of trust, and just through the reporting of PRRS, we believe that there was a measure of trust created, and building communication will support passive surveillance, which may not always be something that can be paid for. So basically what you can do, farmers forming their network will of course communicate to the authorities. We realize that the communication material out there, especially those that we use from WOHA, which is the World Organization for Animal Health, they were not farmer friendly, and it was a block. They didn't even look at it, right? So we know that we have to make our local posters, and we have to make our videos, we have to do our farmer talks, and these have to be tailored to our situation, and we must combine verbal and visual, because a lot of them said we need more photos, we need more pictures, we need something that we can relate to. So therefore, trust increases willingness to support abnormal findings. So farmer here, if you have an abnormal finding, we hope that you can let us know what it is, right? Transparent communication encourages participation. We let people talk and let them say what they had to say with due respect for each other, of course. And we know that it has to be consistent. So this has to be everyday activity. It cannot be today and then tomorrow you don't hear from anybody. So we have to think of other methods of engagement, as they say, during peacetime, in order to have proper to be able to have proper surveillance and early warning mechanisms in place. So a recommendation from one of the focus groups, which was very, very, very practical, was that engagement must include our young people in our communication strategy. And we had to see what would from these, we'll focus on the insights from children to design posters to increase the children's awareness, because children will come home and talk to their parents. We wanted to stimulate students' interest in agriculture and animal health. We heard recently from the university that enrollment in Faculty of Food and Agriculture is plummeting, and it's not just Trinidad or the Caribbean, it's a worldwide phenomenon. And we have to make recommendations onto how we're going to keep improving these communication strategies. So we developed very visually appealing posters, you know, with veterinarians that look like some of us, of course. We did not have success with the pigs because some of these children looking at it said that's a fake pig, you know. But, you know, at least they understood it was a pig. And this communication strategy was part of an Agri-Expo drive. And so we just decided, you know what, we're going to put in everybody, the goats, the chicken, the pig, everybody, into this communication strategies. So we did ask the students, you know, the young ones, you all look at the photo or the poster, and then we did have put it down and tell us about it, and the engagement was quite good. The other posters were directly for classical swine fever and African swine fever, and this, it was, so after COVID, everybody kind of had an idea what the virus is, even though this virus is probably not representative of CSF, but they had an idea. And then we had the disco type pig who everybody seemed to relate to. They loved that visual, right? We went into the science of it, the clinical science, cause, control and prevention and control, what you can and what you cannot do. So all these posters were given to the kids, different age groups, and then we did a Q&A. We see what did the visual cues and how were they able to remember what we said. All right. So the target group were ages 3 to 17, and we looked at what they did. So we asked, did you recognize the animal in the poster? That's where we got a fake pig kind of story. Then we asked them the questions. What can we do to help the pig stay healthy? Were they able to point out the clinical signs of a healthy pig versus a sick pig? And for smaller children, we asked them to draw a picture of a healthy pig and a sick pig for us. All right? So this is the environment where we did the training with the kids, and they were extremely engaged. Everybody was completely engaged with this exercise. So we found out that they couldn't really draw, so we had to sort of give them a photo of a pig, so let them draw the pig. So these are some of the things. And then they were really love the farm animals. For the older children, again, we asked them if they identify the symptoms of the disease, and what sort of products that you get from animals. You'd be surprised that a lot of people aren't aware of what products come from animals. A lot of them were true and false questions, and of course prevention and control was very important, this whole biosecurity measures, okay? And for the older kids, we asked if you know how the disease spreads. Again, were they able to describe some of the more technical symptoms and key preventions against that were listed on the posters. So this is a picture of some of the animal agri-health drives, career day drives. So we mix it up with other interesting things so that we had a lot of different engagements. And generally for the preschools, for Tobago, we had about 81 students from 3 schools. For primary, we had 1 main school, and secondary, about 1 main school. And for Trinidad, we had 2 schools, 7 primary schools, and 3 secondary schools. Again, preschoolers who were very well engaged. Most of them knew what a sick pig looked like and pointed to the correct image. And again, some of them said that was a fake pig, and they were able to recall some of the signs of a sick pig. Drawing was difficult, so when you're engaging with primary school, well, younger kids, we realized that we had to actually print a picture of something for them to distribute for each of them one will put the signs of a sick pig, and they will get each other to identify what one another drew. And we found that peer engagement was quite effective. And students in Tobago, students in general were knowledgeable. Some of them were knowledgeable of the farm animal products. For the older groups, we found that many people were not aware of pig diseases, and that seems to be across the board. Even some of the farmers are not aware of what are the pig diseases out there. But after looking at the posters, they were able to recall what the clinical signs were, how they were transmitted, and how to prevent the disease. And in general, very receptive. They said the posters were easy to understand. And what they wanted from us, more practical demonstrations. So they want to be on a farm, they want to be able to actually see pigs being reared, how to rear it. About 25% in Tobago were interested in careers in animal agriculture and animal health. So we thought what they said as well, so this is coming a lot from them, is that a competition will be a good way of getting more youth interested in agriculture and in farming and to know more about these diseases. So if we had a competition or something, they thought that would be very good. They're willing to attend workshops and learn more about pig farming. They're willing to share the posters with their friends. Both hard copy, you'll be surprised a lot of them actually wanted the hard copy one to share and give to their friends. They wanted further details on how to go about producing pigs, how to do pig production from start to finish, how to recognize estrus, how long to keep the boar with the cells, what to do when my pig is pregnant, how do I know my pig is pregnant. So they really wanted some detailed information on what to do when rearing pigs. I asked, where do you get, some of them will ask the question, where do you, right now they go to YouTube or something. But still, if it is that we can do that intervention, I believe there'll be further interest. And for many of them, it was the first exposure to direct information on animal health. So posters, definitely effective communication strategy. We got most of the students alert and engaged, and comprehending and retention was quite high, almost 100%. And they wanted that one-on-one interaction, in-person interaction with the facilitators. Okay? So for preschoolers, for the younger kids, we realize that they need to get more models. So we need to sort of be more creative, develop some puppets, maybe use like for the sheep industry, we could use like a local Barbados black belly, something like that. So that was more important to them, and they wanted more interactive demonstrations. And they want us to go to schools now, come to their schools, because we met them at agri-animal health drives, a lot of them. They wanted us actually to come to the schools for educational sessions on farm animal health. Not much of that is apparently in any curriculum right now. Right? Okay. So one of the recommendations for effective communication, we should, of course, include something on the school curriculum dedicated to animal health, farm animal health, and welfare, and these basic practices. So it is part and parcel of general hygiene and training. And a lot of teachers should thought that we should have our drive, it should be a nationwide thing, not just confined to their schools. So they want us to go out there and share what was given to their students. And animal health and agriculture should be more included in their career days. They enjoy those. So therefore, follow-up educational sessions important. So additional outcomes, through the communication, as I said, we did a lot of stakeholder engagement, and through these stakeholder engagement, we sensitized the farming community about the threat of these diseases in the region and how they can be spread through different methods into the country. And there was an incursion of PRRS around that time, and this is just saying that at the media release, and we were able to assist the Ministry of Agriculture to help update their farmer list, help supply consumables, etc., be part of that whole sampling engagement. So there were 2 actually incursions, right? So we need to know that training, information, or practical support, and we need to address some common farmer concerns. We were able, so part of this whole thing, one of the outputs is to understand the swine farmer network. We need to know who they buy from and who they sell to. We need to identify and understand the pig and pork movement pathways and just the feeding practices, because these are some of the risk factors when disease comes into a country, and you need to be able to know where these pathways are. Okay? We use our knowledge to identify the high-risk network, and from this we know how to tailor some of our communication strategies. We know best that we have to communicate to the entire industry, we have to target our smallholders, and we need to be able to understand how our information is flowing and to improve our responses during the outbreak. We know that funding is needed to support a pig farmer cooperative. We need to be able to have a common voice. So it's not just about the diseases, it's about the whole economy, the whole socio-economic network. And built into that will, of course, be benefits on both sides. Benefits for the producer in terms of sales and products, and benefit for the industry itself and the country to be more cognizant about all the different practices that need to take place in order to improve the biosecurity aspect. And we know that it will, of course, be essential for any kind of surveillance and outbreak response. So additional outcomes from this project, I'm just going to give a little bit about it. We were able, because veterinary medicine is all-encompassing, and it transcends also disaster relief efforts, and through our contacts with the shipping industry, we were able to get water to St. Vincent, water and food, in the aftermath of the Soufriere eruptions during COVID, by the way, so it was a very complex exercise, and feed donated and shipped to Grenada, okay, after Hurricane Beryl, all through our contacts through the shipping industry. And of course, farmers. Okay, so this is some of the samplings that took place. We did waste-based sampling for food products. We were able to contact and sensitize people in the waste disposal industry. That's swim call in Trinidad. We were able to contact and sensitize people under port health, and of course in the shipping industry. We visited some landfills to see what is going on. We do know that we do have animals on our landfills, so that whole situation has to be, of course, checked. And we collected some food-based garbage that looked like pork products. We also went into looking at the importation from statistics from the Central Statistical Offices, and that time, from the data they had, it showed that we At the time, we did import from high-risk countries like Italy, which has a ASF incursion, and Spain, but I believe that is no longer happening. And this is just some of the work that was done because of the disaster reduction activities. So through the Caribe network, which is part of the project, we had a meeting pulling together all these different responses from the Caribbean. And we also are working with the St. Kitts Nevis to help characterize their industry. This is, of course, would not be possible without the collaboration of our partners, the Ministry of Agriculture. The ministry's team extremely supportive. Staff from the UE, PROCINORTE, Tobago Division of Food Security and Natural Resources, UC Davis, as I mentioned before, Caribe, of course, PROCINORTE for funding. So the co-funding came from all of these other partners, so which we must, of course, acknowledge first and foremost. Okay? So, of course, our farmers and our stakeholders who helped engage with us and helped us drive this project, which we know we will continue, and thanks to Jean-Charles and his team at PROCINORTE for being very supportive of us during the whole exercise over the last 2.5 years. So that's it. Yeah.
Please stay.
Over time?
We're on time. Oh yeah, we've got this time. Please stay.
I'll stay.
We'll have questions now. Excellent. In Canada, ag and food literacy are quite low, surprisingly. We don't teach, there's no home ec, there's no agriculture in the classroom, there's no food literacy. So people struggle with cooking at home, people struggle with reading labels. I was really inspired by the work done, and we're delighted to have been able to partner and support this work as PROCINORTE. I almost felt like we should use one of your question prompts with the room here to do it. We could have done a communication exercise. I mean, we still have, if we get to print out some surveys. Okay, I'm teasing, but I don't see the mics in the room. Okay, gentleman in the back, please.
Hi, just a quick question. Coming out to your presentation, you say that the pig farmers here feed a lot of manufacturer waste. Is the waste cooked or is it given raw? Is it heat treated or no?
No. So the waste they actually feed the pigs to will be like corn kernels, biscuits, cricks, things like that. I don't know. I'll add from Babina's here, but yeah. So that is the type of waste, factory waste, food-based factory waste already cooked. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, that is the type of factory waste we have, yeah? Oh, the mic not working. You have to turn on your mic, sorry. Oh, okay.
To answer his question, yes, we do cook it. It all depends. Like if you use spent grain, you don't need to cook it. If you use fish waste,
okay.
So you got to balance it with protein, salt, carbohydrates. It all depends on what you feed. The conkers and things will give you the carbs.
But you don't cook corn kernels, no?
So you won't cook those, but
no, exactly.
It all depends.
Yeah. So depending on what it is, so thank you very much for that. Yeah. But
there isn't a standard. You asked if there was a standard.
Well, it's supposed to be 60 degrees Celsius for ASF.
I lost the chain of thought. But if you want, our ministry down here, they have nutritionists. They would guide you on what you go to them and you tell them, and they would guide you on how to feed the animals. Okay? Thank you.
I don't see any more questions, but I did want to engage with the audience a bit more. So all of you are from different member states in the region. How, based on what you've heard, you saw the question prompts, are you ready in terms of risk communication? Did you learn anything that you can take away in terms of best practices, lessons learned? Or do you have something to share that your country is doing, your ministry, with industry or otherwise, with schools that you would like to share with the room?
Well, you have career day.
I see a lot of nodding, so obviously there's something going on. Yeah?
I can.
Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead. It's fine. Please.
Oh, I can speak for Jamaica. We do a lot of that. We do a lot of, the ministry does a lot of school engagements at all levels, kindergarten, primary, secondary, the agricultural school, and the universities. We do a lot of engagement that way. But we usually, what is topical at the moment, we usually push that. So we're now on highly pathogenic avian influenza because of the risk in the region. And a couple years ago, when they had the outbreak in Domrep, we were doing a lot of ASF, but we do a lot of that. That's part of our function, a lot of public education and sensitization and interaction, and also with the farmer groups and the farm associations.
Excellent. We have 3 HPII outbreaks right now in Canada, in different regions. And I was surprised by the 20%, 25% figure in Tobago. Youth are leaving ag in member states across the world. It's becoming less attractive to stay as a career. But through this exercise, apparently 1 in 4 wanted to, were considering it.
Considering it.
Yeah.
Because of engagements. One-on-one engagements.
I don't see any more questions, so I'm going to ask Ms. Robin Joseph to come up with us here, and also, we have one question in the back.
No, it's not a question. It's just a comment.
Okay, go. It's all good.
Yeah, based on everything I heard, I'm from St. Eustatius, so a small Dutch island, and for the past years, I was the only vet on the island, so I snapped a vet in other countries. So now I have 2. We're with 2. So with talking about ASF, so now actually I can work on my contingency plan, and I spoke with Tiola, so she will come and help me with the same program going to the schools because I can't do it alone. So yes, this is something that you can do in other places, and I actually learned a lot today what I can do on a small scale. Because on a small island, you cannot do all these big programs. You have to start small. And even though I'm under the Netherlands, it is sometimes hard to implement the European standards over here. Because they are so far and it is so big. So for us to implement it, sometimes we are even lost in the whole plan they already have. So you have to start from scratch and make things fit for your island. So with IICA, it helps actually to bring things to our scale here. So yeah, I'm grateful for all the things that Erika is doing with the team. Yeah, that was just my comment. And UE also, because it brings, you can go easier to the farmer. You drop actually to their level so they can understand.
Did you want to react?
Well, thank you very much. We are definitely happy to share with you and, of course, to help engage your children and even improve on our communication strategies from some of the lessons that we learned as we set out to present these posters and other forms of communication to our students.
Dr. Judges?
Yes.
In your dealing with the farmers, right, did they mention that a lot of us go to the landfills to get feed?
They did not mention that to us. Well, those that we went to, they did not mention that they go to the landfills. But we did see pigs on the landfill grazing. And we knew they belonged to somebody, but we did not see actually people going to the landfills. We did not report that they went to the landfills.
So I can speak from a farmer point of view. The feed price in Trinidad is ridiculous.
Right.
So a lot of us go directly to the landfill, which poses a danger of getting a pathogen like African swine fever. A lot of us don't know, are not educated on how to take the feed or how to process the feed. Right? What would be nice moving forward is if UE or ministry could liaise with the feed companies, because a lot of feed does be dumped or liaise with manufacturers. A problem with manufacturers is not that they don't want to, in my dealings with them, it's not that they don't want to give the feed, to the farmers, but when they give the feed to the farmers, they want assurance that it would be used for animal feed. Some farmers in the past have taken it and sell it to persons, right?
Okay, so when you what type of food you're talking about? Bread or
from all manufactured waste, from
all manufactured waste
to carbs.
Okay, understand.
Yeah.
Understand.
So, even with the corn kernels, usually you could go by the company and get it.
Yes.
The company stop that. They dump it and then farmers get it from the dump, which poses a whole danger there.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that insight. We have the right people in this room, right? But yes, so what you're saying, the price of feed came up as one of the #1 constraints, what they are unhappy about, and that was across all stakeholders, all farming stakeholders.
Hi, afternoon everyone. Tamara here with the Caribbean Public Health Agency. Excellent presentation, Dr. Jordison. I'm more on the public health side, on the human side, so it's been really interesting to hear all the presentations today. Not a question, but more of a comment or a resource with the Caribbean Public Health Agency. We're expanding our foodborne disease program to go more into zoonoses. We're expanding. So we're currently producing more and more risk communications that could be readily available at the request of any of the member states here in the room or not. So just sharing that resource. Thank you.
Thank you. Here we have
Hi.
Dr. Kofi.
Just I guess a point and a question. While we are referring to animal feed and conkers and the cornflakes, and I know about it, what we use as farm, but these are all products that are deemed not fit for sale. Anything that is then waste. For me, anything that is waste is garbage, and garbage that we feed pigs is called swill. And I think we then need to classify all of this as swill. When you're speaking about things from the landfill, that's swill. That's no longer feed, and therefore that should be treated. Regardless of its state, that should then be treated and fed to an animal. Anything that is no longer on a shelf is swill, garbage, should be treated and then fed. The cornflakes and the this and the that, and we mix it together, we do run the risk of definitely getting infection because we're no longer treating that feed. Once it's been condemned, it's dumped. Therefore, it has to be treated to be fed to an animal, I believe. I don't know how we're going to class that generally.
Okay.
We would have a partner in Canada called the Compost Council of Canada that we've worked in the Caribbean with them on different types of organic waste, including cruise ship waste or municipal waste or biochar or conch, like the swill, so they have standards too, and we've trained the trainers for the Caribbean. And I would recommend if you can meet me after before we close, and I'll get your contact information. I can share that with you. On the Netherlands, very impressive country. Even Canada looks to them for leadership on innovation. They are the second largest exporter in the planet, and they're the size of Montreal. It's just mind-boggling how that the whole ecosystem behind innovation and agriculture growth can be a model for many countries in the world, small or big. You have one more question, comment?
I just wanted to say, sometimes when the companies, it depends, because actually a comment on what Dr. Sifelster said about the treatment, because if it goes to the dump, I understand the treatment. But for example, banana waste. First, I used to work in Suriname, and the export banana, the banana plantation, when they export, they have standards, right? Which one can be sold and whatever is actually not good to sell, but it's still good actually to eat. So they would share it for farmers. So they would just feed the pigs. That one you didn't have to cook because it was waste for the company because they would not get enough money when they sell it, but it was still good to eat. So that one you wouldn't treat. So what I'm trying to say is actually then maybe we need to do a session on what is needed to be treated and what is not. Because something like that you don't need to treat. It comes from the plantation straight to the farmer. And it is not that it has any contamination. It's just not standardized for export.
Right. Well, IICA has a permanent bioeconomy program too. That could, it's outside PROCINORTE's mandate, but we'll definitely, Diana and I can work with headquarters and get the word out. For that kind of, there's demand for that. Bioeconomy is, the opportunities are huge. Just out of coffee, and we're working with a group out of Central America, 28 byproducts, billion-dollar industries outside the beverage, nothing to do with the beverage. It's amazing the potential. Banana leaves is another one. Small example, but wonderful for value-added
For the nutritionists, maybe not really for us, but nutritionists within the agriculture sector, that they do something like that will benefit farmers.
I agree. My understanding from Diana is that the minister is leaving shortly. And so we'd like to thank the Honourable Minister Senator for his participation today. Obviously welcome to stay, Minister, as long as you would like. And Ms. Robin Joseph? Yes, sure. Of course.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming, Minister. You can welcome to stay on the stage if you want. Or if you go for coffee. The clicker's right there.
So good afternoon, everyone. So just a brief overview. I'd like to look at the project background, the overview of our feral pig population in St. Lucia, and then how I went about with the execution of the project, which was in 3 phases. The data gathered from the hunters, the challenges, as well as our next steps and the ongoing work that we are doing in the Ministry of Agriculture, as well as my acknowledgements. So just to give a brief background and a little story, so our forestry department within the Ministry of Agriculture has for years been plagued with feral pigs. They go into our forest reserves and they basically forage and eat everything that they can find, ranging from the native plants and species to things like seeds and so on, that are very important for the regeneration of our forest reserves in cases of natural disasters, such as in hurricanes, during hurricanes or after hurricanes. So for a while, they've been doing quite a few little tests and a few studies to understand the feral pigs and how they actually, what role they play in our ecosystem. Now, another little story is that I had done a month-long training in Asia with African swine fever, so I got a chance to actually see the importance of African swine fever, as well as, what can we do to help with testing and so on throughout our region and in St. Lucia in particular, well, from my vantage point. So now we're back here and I'm here right now. So completed that training in July of 2023, and then the call for proposals for the PROCINORTE project was posted. So I decided, well, hey, I think it's a good opportunity for me to now use what I learned within that month-long training program to actually help St. Lucia and help us to be prepared for a situation that we hope never arises, but nonetheless we need to all be prepared for. So again, wrote up the proposal, had my chief vet help me through, and then we finally submitted, and the topic was basically to understand the disease status of feral pigs and the role that they can play in the dissemination of African swine fever in St. Lucia. So what is our feral pig population looking like in St. Lucia? In terms of numbers, we have no idea. From the majority of persons that we have spoken with, we have no idea the numbers, but people estimate them to be in the thousands. The general population, the feral pig population, is actually from just the domesticated pig, so we do not have what you would consider as the hogs, or what you would see normally in Europe and perhaps even Africa. So we do not have these species, we have Sus scopha domesticus. And importantly, the feral pig sightings that we did find are they're found in the forest reserves, and they are in close proximity to the agricultural cultivated land. So you have things such as your tubers, so anything from dasheen to your yams, your sweet potatoes. All these farmers were plagued with feral pig infestations and them actually foraging through their farms. So you had that infiltration, and this ties back to the role that we were looking at in terms of dissemination. Because if you have those feral pigs coming into your farm, and let's say for some reason or not, they have some sort of disease, what you expect is that the farmers would unsuspectingly transfer or move around, and those fomites, like your boots or whether it be your tools, can then be transferred outward and possibly spreading the disease. So we wanted to see what role those pigs played and whether the farmers unknowingly would also spread our disease. As we said, the farmers were humans actually were one of the biggest spreaders of African swine fever. So this is just a topographical map of St. Lucia, and if you look at the area that has the large cluster, this is like our forest reserve. The white areas show our forest reserves, and the area where you see most of the red dots clustered is our Dennery region, which has a very large forest reserve. And this is where and I will show you in a minute, where we met with our hunters and where they would carry out the majority of their huntings. So and the other spots, they would also frequent those areas, but the major area would be in our central area, which is in the Dennery region. The Dennery region is also an area that we have found to have very porous borders. So again, we were quite interested to see what was happening there and whether, if anything were to come in, whether we would be able to detect anything. So the first phase of the project execution involves stakeholder engagements. As the majority of speakers mentioned throughout the morning and the early afternoon, stakeholder engagement is quite important. So we met with our forestry department, as I mentioned, and they had already alluded to having conversations and carrying out those studies on the feral pigs in St. Lucia. When we did have those engagements, we found out that they actually had motion detectors placed strategically throughout the island to help monitor, again, feral pig movement. Again, it ties back to our dissemination that we wanted to find out. If African swine fever was to get into the country, how would these pigs, where and how would these pigs able to actually play a role in that method? Another important, tool that the forestry department decided to use is the telemetric collars. So they purchased two telemetric collars and decided to install those onto 2 healthy pigs that they have been tracking throughout our forests. So again, dissemination, they're trying to see the migratory patterns of those pigs and whether you would find them, for example, in January to the north, and then in September they would be to the south. So we're trying to see how they move about, and again, whether that dissemination, we wanted some information as it relates to dissemination of disease if it were to get into country. We then reached out to our hunting groups. So there were quite a few, and we have not met with all of them, but with the major ones, we have had some discussions with them. So we wanted some intel from them because they are the ones who were going into the field, going into the forest reserves, and actually capturing those pigs. They gave us an idea of numbers. They also gave us some of the hunting frequencies as well as the hotspots. So in the previous topographical map that I showed you, those red spots is where they indicated that they found those pigs. We also spoke with the concerned farmers, and we got an idea of the decimation and what they did, those feral pigs would have done on their farms, and the cost associated with those feral pigs actually digging up all their produce and so on. Sorry, just to, oops, sorry. And in our final execution of the phase 1 of our project, we actually also got all of our PPEs and necessary equipment that we needed. So we got some equipment for ELISA testing. We also got a computer, which was very useful. And we have gotten other things such as syringes, hog holders, these sorts of things that we would need for our phase 2 of our project. So phase 2 now involved the hardest part of the entire project, which was actually the field work and collecting of the samples. So again, we had a combined stakeholder effort, and we actually went on hunting expeditions, which was, I found out the hard way, very difficult to go through those forest reserves searching for wild pigs. We were able to collect, however, some blood samples as well as some lymph nodes from some of the pigs that were captured. And again, the whole purpose was we wanted to find out our disease status, but we were also looking at dissemination. We also had some of our agricultural officers within the Veterinary and Livestock Services Division who actually, if they ever heard of any sightings or so on, they would collect blood samples on our behalf and they would ship it to our laboratory where we would conduct our phase 3, which was testing. So these are just a few pictures from our hunting trips. I did not look very happy. It was very humid, lots of mosquitoes. But it was a good experience for me. You could see me here with my green, and these are our snake boots, because we do have a venomous snake on island, and yes, things could get pretty nasty. If you look at the bottom photo, you could see that a guy is reaching out, and this was where he was placing the cameras that would actually give us or provide some images to take pictures of the wild pigs as they move through the forest. And oftentimes, wherever we placed the camera, we would also have like a bait. So we'd put some bananas and some coconuts and stuff, because we wanted to get an idea of how big those pigs were. From the stories we heard, they were like this tall and this big. So we actually got some nice stills of those feral pigs, and it was a very good, very humbling experience, but very good as well. So these are some of the motion detector pictures that we got of some of the pigs. Not very clear. I don't think we have the best cameras, but at least we got a chance to see what was actually in our forest room, in our forest reserves. And here so this was the majority of the persons in here were from the hunting group, and this was one of the hunting dogs. And we just had, again, we had those stakeholder engagements where we actually spoke with the individuals, and they got to explain to us what happens on those hunting trips. So this was before we actually went. I will say though that though I probably went on about 5 trips, on none of the occasions did we find pigs. So I feel like I was I don't know, I jinxed the whole process. So every time they went on their own, they found pigs, but when I went, we didn't find any pigs. In any case, it was still a great experience to actually go out into the forest reserves. So our project execution in phase 3 involved actually sample testing. And the majority of the samples, so in total, and though our numbers were quite low, we were able to carry out all those tests within our laboratory. Just I guess, initial test, which all turned out to be negative. And we utilized the Pocket Central from GeneReach, which is from Taiwan. And it's a commercialized kit or commercialized system where you put in your 8 samples and you're able to get your results within 85 minutes. So this was quite useful, and then you just get a printout of your results after those 85 minutes. It is qualitative, so we weren't able to actually, again, all results were negative, thankfully, so there was no need to investigate any further. But I'd also like to mention that luckily during this entire project, last year, May, we were able to actually have our African swine fever simulation exercise, which is conducted by IICA again, and we actually got to send some of those samples overseas to be tested. And we were quite happy in that we were able to evaluate whether the methods that we were using at the National Agricultural Diagnostic Facility were actually quite, they were sound and that the method was actually good. We were able to do that, and we were able to confirm our negative results. But despite that, I also want to just say a big thank you, because we were able to have our African swine fever simulation exercise, where we had 5 holdings that were sampled throughout the island. And most importantly, we were looking at the areas where, again, we knew we had porous borders, and areas that we suspect that might be hotspots. If anything were to infiltrate our borders, we would be able to capture it there. We also looked at our national, our national farm. We also took samples from there as well to just ascertain that our breeding stock were very well and disease-free, basically. So when we conducted those samplings, we sent over 73 samples to Plum Island, and it was tested for both African swine fever as well as classical swine fever, and all the results were negative. So a thumbs up means negative, and not a thumbs down. Okay. So yes, we were quite happy with that, and again, it just confirmed that the method we were using and the method that we are using currently is actually able to, detect the disease. So what data did we gather from our hunting group? Well, the stakeholder, I think one of the major benefits of that was to actually get some data. They are our eyes and ears in the forest reserves. Unfortunately, I can't go out into the forest reserve every single time that the hunters go, because I would just be burnt out. I don't know how they do it, but they mentioned that they go into those forest reserves 3 times monthly and on holidays. So I would say about 4 times for the month. Now, yeah, imagine having to work through the week and then having to go hunting on a Sunday or a Saturday. It can be a lot. So what they gave us some data, and in the end of my presentation, I will share the lessons learned. But the number of feral pigs that they captured between March of 2025 and December of 2025 were 207 pigs. There were more males than female pigs. And they captured quite a few of the juvenile pigs, 7 of them, and then they actually raised them to mature stages. This entire process of hunting pigs is quite expensive, in that the hunting dogs, quite a few of them have been lost due to, obviously, you have feral pigs that are quite aggressive, so they would have killed 7 of those hunting dogs, and they needed to replace those dogs, obviously, because you need your hunting pack, more or less. The average veterinary cost that they mentioned for the injured dogs were about $1,000 for the year. But the Veterinary and Livestock Services Division is supporting their efforts, because again, it is an issue that we have on a national level, and that we're trying to curb the number of pigs that are in the wild. Again, the feral pig sightings, the hunters have mentioned that, hey, we got 5 huge ones today and we couldn't carry all of them from the forest reserves back to our base. But they did mention that, hey, we let like 5 go, or we let like a mother with 12 piglets go. So it just says that it's evidence that there are hundreds of pigs within our forest reserves that, again, can be vectors or can move the disease if it were to get into St. Lucia. So the challenges, obviously, again, traversing through the forest reserves, I do not recommend, but Again, it's part of the job, so you have to do those sorts of things. And I would say that I would have been a bit more happy if we had a lot more samples. And again, because the hunting groups went on sporadic trips, it was difficult to coordinate the efforts or to coordinate to join with those into those trips. Again, the venomous snakes. Yeah, you're walking through the forest and you're thinking, oh my gosh, I hope there's no snake on that tree or whatever. So again, you're just going in there, just hoping that nothing happens. But again, these are challenges that we did have. Again, working with aggressive wild pigs, those pigs have attacked people, they have killed dogs, so they are very dangerous. So again, yeah, imagine having to run for your life because a wild pig is chasing you through the forest reserve. That's not a very fun thing to do. But also the hunters lack training in sample collection. So yes, they would have killed 207 pigs and we would have loved to have 207 samples, but we didn't get to get those samples, again, because they do not have that necessary training. So our next steps, for example, to help curb those issues that we had, is to continue with our passive surveillance. I think it's important, though, again, we know that St. Lucia does not have African swine fever or classical swine fever. We always need to keep testing, whether just passive testing. And though the project has ended, we are fully committed to continuing the work that we're doing in terms of getting those samples and in terms of surveillance. What we do have planned though for this year is training sessions on sample collection with the hunters. So if we are unable to get to go into those hunting excursions, what we do plan to do is to gear them up with the necessary equipment, so whether it be your insulated backpacks, your syringes, and so on, and show them how to collect samples from those feral pigs that they would have killed, basically, on their hunting trips. Other methods, such as the blood spot on the filter paper, these are simple methods that we think we can teach those hunters, despite them not being as scientific as we might be. There are simple ways that they can assist us with our efforts. What we plan to also do is to establish some new relationships with all the other hunting groups that are in St. Lucia. We know there are quite a few of them, but we have not been able to reach all of them. So again, that stakeholder engagement is very important. And we want to provide additional gear and sampling kits for our hunting groups, as well as we have prepared a sampling manual that they can utilize to follow protocol. But again, all of this would be addressed when we have that training session for sample collection. And one of the most important things is actually just sensitization and outreach to the public as well as to the farmers on the signs and symptoms of African swine fever as well as classical swine fever. So you see something strange, you report it. You see something, you need to mention it to your animal health officer. You need to call the chief vet, call someone, let someone know. As part of the sensitization, we are developing a few of our posters that we intend to place in our pots. So that, again, as well as some advertisements that we hope to reach the wider audience, to let them know that, hey, we have African swine fever within the Caribbean region. And it's just, we don't know at what point it's going to infiltrate. So we have to be careful in what we actually bring in the porous borders. We need to ensure that we don't bring in any prohibited substances. And finally, our real-time PCR training. So yes, we do have that commercialized and automatic system up, but what we want to do is to actually get PCR up and running in terms of getting our quantitative data as well as the method development and validation for the African swine fever virus, as well as the classical swine fever virus. So these are some things that, despite sadly their project coming to an end, I hope to continue throughout this year and just keep it as part of our program in the Ministry of Health within St. Lucia. Just finally, I'd like to say a big thank you to the IICA team, to Dr. Charles Levalle for actually seeing I don't know how to put it, but I'm just very happy that you got to see, you had faith in the project and you went through and decided, well, this is some important work. I know it's, there's a lot that we could improve and a lot that we can do moving forward, but I'm just happy that at least we got ourselves through the door. You helped us and IICA helped us to actually get through the door in terms of getting this started, because without IICA, I don't think we would have gotten that push that we needed. Also to Gloria, thank you very much, because she answered all my emails. Like, as soon as I sent it, I got an email in like 5 minutes a reply. So I'm very happy that she was there to assist throughout the entire time. To Brian in St. Lucia, the IICA team, thank you. Dr. King, as well as Dr. Calderon for all her help throughout the entire time. To the WOHA team, Dr. Aruna Ambagala, a big thank you, because he was able to provide us with our positive control, not the virus, our positive control, which was the P72 gene that we needed to actually have our positive control for the entire project. So the entire WOHA team who was instrumental in getting us those controls, I would like to say a big thank you. To our Veterinary and Livestock Services Division team, the Chief Vet, Dr. Melville, as well as the entire team who went on all those excursions with me, even if they didn't have to, a big thank you to them. To our partners, who is Dean from our St. Lucia National Conservation Fund, a big thank you to him. He's been helping me, though the project has ended, he's been helping with coordinating the efforts that we are now doing to implement I'd like to say the 4th phase of our project throughout this year. And to our forestry department, they started monitoring the feral pigs. So we got that idea from them, and a big thank you to them for actually continuing the project and for actually helping us with putting things together in terms of the monitoring cameras and the telemetric collars. And to our hunting groups, without them, we would be lost. We would not have pigs to actually sample. So a very big thank you to our hunting groups. They play a major part in this entire effort, and I hope that we can continue this this collaboration with IICA. Hopefully there's another grant proposal out there that we could possibly apply for so that we could actually continue the work. But I'm just very grateful to everyone who assisted. Thank you. Any questions? I think that's it. Yeah.
Please take it. We'll see if there's any interest. I was enjoying your thank you pig at the end. It could have been one of those calm exercises at the kindergarten level. And of all the sessions today, I thought this was the one where we had the most laughter and smiles as you were talking, especially from this table over here. These two guys, they're been having a good time. Anybody questions around feral pigs in your member states that you'd like to ask Robin? I don't know where the mics are though. We have a question over here.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
And looks from Dominica. Nice presentation. I'm kind of not really a question, but that's a comment because, as you know, Dominica, we have that similar situation in terms of wild pigs and pigs. So kind of interesting that you have gone through that, and that's something I would really like to do in the future. And you think, as you know, Dominica, it's the same kind of situation too, and everything like so. So I'm glad you have done that project, and sometimes that in the future might be listening to you to get some tips when to run that similar program, similar like that. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. I don't know if I will accompany you into the forest, but definitely.
Oh, in the back behind you, sir.
Huh? Oh, yes. Okay. Right. I remember the You hearing me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Hi. Anika Gordon from Tobago.
Hi.
I remember you showed a map showing the concentration of the wild pigs, right? Mm-hmm. From the assessment of their locations, do you then have an idea of where pig farms are in relation to the high concentrations? And is there anything that's being done to possibly set up, whether it is physical barriers or anything like that, to prevent infiltration of these farms?
So we do have lots of pig farms within that area. So some of those were actually tested when we sent our samples over to Plum Island. But yes, we have enforced the need for proper biosecurity measures, because we did have a couple farmers who mentioned that those feral pigs were actually coming into their facilities and actually breeding with their female pigs. So we've had some very strange occurrences happening. So we have recommended again that they do provide that physical barrier so that those pigs do not get into.
Is it something that perhaps the government could think about, those farms that are close to those pigs actually assisting them with a physical barrier?
Actually,
that could be a part of the biosecurity measure.
Yeah. But we do have our animal health officers who actually go out and make recommendations to those farmers. So we have seen an improvement in those structures to ensure that those pigs do not infiltrate the domesticated pigs that we're rearing for food.
Mike, over here, please.
Pleasant good afternoon again.
Hello.
Lisa Perez. 2 questions. I don't think it's 2 questions, but maybe a measure of control. I don't know if it's legal, but there's the electrocution fence in the area. I don't know if that is legal in your country.
I'm actually not sure.
Well, all right. That is a way also to ward them off.
Okay.
Another thing, my question is, do y'all eat those?
Yes, so there is actually a market for it, and persons actually purchase it from our hunting groups.
So can that be exported?
From what I know, no, it's not exported. So it's sort of like a
local culture thing.
Yes. So persons, like, for example, during our Creole Heritage Month, lots of people like the wild game or the wild pig and that sort of thing. But it is not something that you would find in the supermarket, for example, or that sort of thing. It's just something that persons eat,
Well, Trinidadians eat a lot of wild meat,
Oh, really?
It could be a market for Trinidad. According to I don't know what are the procedures. So probably there could be a market.
Possibly, because those guys, the hunting groups, were telling me that they're inundated with freezer loads of wild game that they can't really sell out. So maybe I'll have to mention and see what can happen.
Well, investigate. Okay, thank you.
Please stay. We have a question online.
Okay.
We have a question online for the tech team. Thank you. Ready to go? Okay. Aruna, over to you.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Nice presentation. Really enjoyed it. And my question is, like, dead wild pigs. Did you talk about it? Probably I missed it.
Yes, I actually forgot to mention it. So we did ask our hunters the question, have you guys ever seen any dead pigs throughout? And I know if pigs are sick, they tend to go hide in areas to I guess die. But from what they're mentioning is that they have no signs of like some sort of disease, or in terms of carcasses of pigs, they've never come across that throughout the forest. So again, these are things that we did mention to them. Hey, if you do spot something that is bizarre, please let us know. We will come to investigate. We will come to see what's going on in those feral pigs. But again, with the training, I'm hoping that if they do find any dead pigs in the wild or moribund pigs, what we can do is to harvest again the bone marrow so that we can then test that to see what's going on. But no, we have not seen any dead pigs, thankfully, and I hope it stays that way. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And one more comment is, if you have trouble getting the tissues from these animals, and blood swabs is a good sample. One other thing that you can consider is the ears. I don't know whether there's a payment for these hunters, and then when they bring the ears, and the ears can be used as like a meat juice made exudate sample, and we have done that.
Okay.
You freeze it and thaw it, and you will get a lot of exudate, and you can test that as well.
Okay, that's something I didn't know. So thank you. We'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
One last one.
It's more on the history, because you said at the start that these are not the same as when we consider wild pigs.
No.
So these were domestic pigs?
Domesticated pigs that would have escaped and gone into the wild and bred, yes. And over the years, it's just, the numbers have just been.
This is just being facetious. So do you have anyone who actually claimed this is my my animal, the hunters, you know?
No, because you see, they leave, the pigs leave those holdings, and then like the owners don't go into the forest reserves again, because we have those venomous snakes. Everyone's like, oh, I lost a pig today, okay, and that's it. So they don't go looking for it, sadly.
No.
Yeah.
Why I ask the question also is just to share a bit, because in Guyana we have wild pigs which are not the
hogs
in the forest actually. These are the others type. Thanks.
All right. That was excellent.
Thank you.
Well done. Your hands are cold.
Yes.
That was great. I think your humble storytelling approach won over the audience there. The hotel brought in some fresh coffee and snacks, so be sure to grab and go. Take some home later. This is our last session. It's about country experiences. It's the one where we're going to have the most exchanges among the group. And to help prepare with this session, you may recall we put out a request to member states and partners who would like to speak in this session. So officially we have 6 countries who showed interest. We're going to start with 2 waves of 3. And then we can open it up to the room. Basically they have 5-6 minutes each. And I will, like Swiss timing, I'll just cut them off. I've been to these sessions before, like when there's a group like this in Canada, it's 7 speakers for 7 minutes each. No questions, back to back. It's just non-stop, and you're rushing through to get as many words in 7 minutes. It's pretty crazy stuff. This is not the format we're going to use today, but while people are grabbing coffee and snacks, I do want to invite Dr. Sharon Vera Salustino Petch and Chrissy Carobert to the stage with me, please. So the session will be covering not just country experiences, but the specific themes. If you look at the agenda, it's preparedness, prevention, and next steps for regional coordination. I want to insist on this last one, where this is like the key takeaway. We've got leaders in this room. Let's try to work more together. We're stronger together. I think Sharon, Celestino, and Chris, you're hesitating to come up to the stage. I'm a nice guy. Fantastic. 1, 2, and then Saint Eustachius. Ladies first, actually, if it's okay with you. Yes, okay.
Hi, good afternoon to all. My name is Chrissy Carabas and I'm from St. Lucia, an agricultural officer. I am just here to say that I am enjoying the workshop and I'm happy to attend. And I'm taking in all the information to bring back to St. Lucia to better my farmers in the region. So thank you for making me attend, and I hope to be friends with everyone here.
Do you want to speak to your experiences in St. Lucia? About what's the current situation? diagnostics or what your needs are, or ideas for collaboration, prevention. You're most welcome to speak to it now.
Okay, well, as my colleague said, we were just doing the practice with African swine fever, and I hope that we don't get a dose in it. But then we will just be learning from other countries and just make sure everything is fine with the importation in St. Lucia and everything is covered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Afternoon. I'm Dr. Sharon Ferreira from St. Eustatius. I think most people know me already. A little Dutch island next to St. Martin and next to St. Kitts. A very small population in humans and animals, but we still have a veterinary services. Yeah, I'm the veterinary officer on the island, and yeah, the chief vet also, and I'm also the president of Caribe. So being here from a small island with a small industry, it is very enlightening to see how the bigger islands do everything in the pig sector. And actually I'm learning, and I'm actually remembering things from when I was working in Suriname. And I was just talking to IICA also about the nutrition training, because apparently in the 90s, my mother did a training that was done by IICA on nutrition. So I told her I'll let her look for all the information so the training can be done again for the pig sector. So yeah, so let me see what we can share among us.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Salustino Pech. I'm the Deputy Technical Director for Animal Health in Belize. When it comes to CSF and ASF, I believe, well, you can never be quite prepared, but it's good to always have contingencies. Thus the importance of always having a contingency plan. Fortunately, we do have one. I believe it's a bit outdated and needs to be reviewed because it's from 2014. We do have manuals as well whenever it comes to an outbreak of CSF and ASF. Diagnostic capabilities we do have. We use ELISA mainly. Surveillance, we do have a risk-based active surveillance. We do surveillance among the bordering communities. Over there we have communities where there's no signal, vehicles are difficult to enter, and there have been possible outbreaks of other diseases in those villages. So we usually always monitor those which are on the border with Guatemala. Part of that we do as well is that we monitor any farm that is close to the airport. What Dr. Fernando was mentioning, I believe, is very important about the international trash. What we do struggle with is an incinerator. So we usually just go to the sanitary refill and we do the burning there. But by then, I mean, it has already crossed the country. So, and I mean, at the point of closest to the risk is better to just eliminate the garbage. It's nice to be here. I am meeting some colleagues that I met 2 years ago in Dominican Republic. Actually, something different than CSF, ASF. But it's nice because most of the time I'm in Central America with other region over there. For example, Dr. Calderon, I'm familiar with her. She's always there as well. But IICA as well, especially with screwworm right now, it's supporting us a lot. I get to see a bit of all diseases over there, so I do get to meet a lot of people, and I'm happy that I'm meeting more people right now. So any question or anything I can be helpful, well, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, I always like it when people say IICA. It sounds like iPhone, makes us more trendy, you know. I've got another 3, but I think there's a lot of comfort in the room if we just share the mics instead of coming up to the podium. If that's what you prefer, I'm entirely open. I want this to be open and friendly. And this is the chance to start thinking about ways for us to collaborate further as a region in the Caribbean with support from outside the region. So please include that in your remarks. I have here the next 3 would be Dr. Dexton St. Bernard, Dr. Kofi Sylvester, and Alexandria Dowdy. In any particular order. Just raise your hand. You have slides. Okay. You came prepared, Dicka.
Hi, and good evening, everyone. I did have slides, but I could cut through what was already said and just really speak to St. Kitts. With the incidence of African swine fever and the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis looking at how we would respond or prepare for it, we are a federation that is free from African swine fever, and therefore our main focus, our main goal is keeping it out. What we would have looked at is our risk pathways for the incursion of African swine fever onto our shores. And our main risk pathways were the imported contaminated meats or meat product, passenger waste from airlines, cruise ship waste, and the security for cruise ship waste. All our cruise ship waste, if it does come, should go to the landfill, and therefore we had to look at the security and the incursion of animals and persons into the landfill, therefore removing that waste. We do have a small feral pig population. We won't say wild, they are feral pigs, farms that might have gone out of business, animals that might have escaped. In St. Kitts, we do have semi-commercial farms, backyard farms, and there are persons who rear pigs that are haltered. So these pigs are tethered, they will then give them feed, and from time to time, an aggressive pig would escape, and that then goes out in the wild and becomes a feral pig. Swill feeding is done in St. Kitts. There are a number of farmers and persons who would collect waste from the landfill. They would cook and process them. We do have some problems with their storage. Swill should be cooked and then fed, but some farmers tend to do a large cooking of the swill and then start a store, and that becomes a problem as well. So swill feeding we also looked at when it comes to cruise ship waste. And then the illegal movement. It is very small. We don't have a lot of incursion. Our neighbors, Statia, Nevis, Anguilla, there's Antigua and Barbuda. There's not a lot of movement across, or illegal movement of pigs. So those were risk pathways. Those were the things we identified could lead to the possible incursion of ASF onto our shores. For our passenger waste, it definitely is one of our major risk pathways. We have, in the busy season is 2, in the regular season there's 1, but there's a flight from Santo Domingo that comes direct to St. Kitts. We do also have a large Dominican Republic population within St. Kitts, and therefore the movement of persons back and forth is quite regular, and they do tend to want to bring what they regularly consume on the island into St. Kitts, and that's how we get a lot of the sausages or the processed meat. Sometimes smoked meat appears at the port as well. They would send shipments of smoked meat at the airport, through the port, and we do know that the virus lives within those meat. So therefore it's a definite risk. If that goes to the landfill where we have pigs that are going into the landfill and feeding, then definitely we can have infection of the animals. For our surveillance and regulatory framework, so what we'd have done, we already had our risk is, then we find the ways to then mitigate or reduce the risk. So on island, we do passive surveillance. We would have spoken to our farmers and collaborated with Ross University, which is a veterinary school that is on the island. They would have partnered with us in a hand-in-hand shake where they get animals for necropsy, we get animals processed. So any dead pig that a farmer finds is submitted to Ross University. They can perform a necropsy based on the signs they're seeing. If they do suspect African swine fever, tests are done. They also would do the general plethora of things. So we would have animals that maybe the latest case I can remember had a salmonellosis, really bad case of septicemia. You know you're going to have a lot of bleeding, and therefore it was a suspect, but we were able to rule that out. So with that collaboration and our passive surveillance, we do have, if we do have an outbreak or we do have a pig that is infected and dies, we have an avenue to identify the cause of that. Educating of our extension staff and farmers. For me, surveillance is about people talking to people. The more eyes, and in this small federation, we are limited on human resource in the technical aspect. So the more persons that are educated, the more persons that know what African swine fever is, what the signs they might see, what the really fallout of the diseases, then there are more persons that are reporting to us, more persons that are letting us know what is happening out there on the ground. So definitely more educated eyes, and that was the education of our extension staff and our farmers, being able to do and widen our surveillance network. Falling out from that, we do have, as I said, is a very limited amount of technical persons on the island. And what we would have formed within ourselves and through other projects are now formalizing formally, but we had an ad hoc One Health Committee. The CVO, the CMO, we have conversations. The port health officers and on the human health side, we also have communications. And within that group, we all would have shared what our concerns are, what the risks are, just as we did identify the risks from the ships, because the port health persons are the one who will see waste coming off of ships, will then deal with the passengers, deal with that kind of things. So we all shared our interests, and therefore there are more technical persons on the lookout. And that one ad hoc health committee has been really beneficial. When cruise ships decide to change their policy from dumping or leaving or depositing on our shores only paper waste and shifting to food contaminated waste, Port Health was able to say, hi, agriculture has a concern with this, and that we would have been able to discuss and eventually stop. So therefore, there's no food contaminated waste coming into St. Kitts. At the border control points, for that flight coming directly from Santo Domingo, we have 100% screening. So that's a high-risk flight. We have 100% screening on that flight. We also developing an animal health animal port health unit. So therefore, we have technical persons that are at the port to conduct inspections, to look deeper at the products that are coming in, be able to recognize what is risky, what is safe to then allow, so that customs also has that support as well. Educating the border control officers, and that's the customs officers and also the port health officers that are usually at the seaport. So they understand what our concerns are, they can understand what to look for, what to pinpoint, what to alert the agricultural department about, and that really built out our surveillance and our regulatory mechanism. We also would have published a list of countries that meat is allowed from, some countries that meat is banned from. We also would have outlined our legislation that states what should accompany meat coming into the country. A lot of times persons tend to move from port to port with no health certificate, no regulation, they just pack meat and bring it. That's not allowed, and legally it's also not allowed, so we would have informed all those persons at the border control points what is legally allowed, and therefore they were able to more forcefully and with some sort of security and backing enforce our legislation, enforce our regulatory mechanisms. For a response plan and diagnostic capacities, we do have a very, 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 very outdated disease response plan. And with the help of, as we speak to regional cooperation, with the help of the OECS Pandemic Fund, we are in the process of updating that disease response plan. We are establishing, as I said, the One Health Committee, so it's moving from ad hoc to a more formal setting. And we would have completed some IITA certification training for personnel on the island. So now if we have cases, instead of going through the university, the agricultural department and the veterinary services can package their samples and send out directly to reference labs. And we do have NVSL as a reference lab for testing. So we would have built that capacity. So if we do have, we can, one, test through the university, but we can also go out and get reference testing abroad. I just want to add at the end of it, for regional collaboration, we also had a PROCINORTE project with Dr. Luis Herf Pablo, which is a professor at Ross University. He has left just a couple months ago, but we would have collaborated within the OECS countries where they looked at how the farmers respond, what are their educated knowledge about what African swine fever is, what are the mechanisms on their farm for preventing disease incursions, biosecurity. So it was a comprehensive project where we really did assess not just St. Kitts, but the OECS nations as to what their level of preparedness is should African swine fever come in, and then we know with research, whatever results come back, we also would provide guidance and some resource materials to the farmers as well, so they can develop their biosecurity, they can develop their awareness, and they can be prepared to, one, prevent, and unfortunately, if it does happen, respond to diseases. That's generally St. Kitts and Nevis. Right?
Well done. Yep. Good job. Next up, we have Dexton and Alexandria. You would like to come up as well? You have a question for St. Kitts? Do you have a mic? Please stay. Go ahead.
So, Dr. Kofi, in your presentation, you mentioned that you are intercepting a lot of these meats, sausages, etc., etc. Don't you think for your own records, you can take some of these samples and send it somewhere so you can know for certainty or not certainty that you have some positive coming through to make your point more enforced about having these movement, these illegal movement, etc. Because I think if you're so close to that country, and so that you think that you're a high-risk country, there should be something to show that you are receiving quantities, and then also that you're testing to see what's coming through.
Definitely, very good idea. It also bolsters our point that these may be products that are potentially infected and potentially spread. So definitely it's something that we can look into. I think now that we have avenues for a long time, and it has been a nightmare for the veterinary services, we have not had avenues for testing, and we have developed that. We have made some connections. We've had the person certified. So it could definitely be a next step moving forward.
More questions for St. Kitts?
Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. On the contrary.
All right, so I'll just stay here and do my bit.
My understanding is we'd prefer to have you come up for the camera.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dexton Semanad, and I'm from Grenada. I love spice, where everything is almost nice. Happy to be here, happy to meet every one of you. Yeah, so I just have a very brief presentation to relate the Grenada context. All right, so as we all know, Grenada currently is free of ASF, thank God, yes. But we do recognize it as a major transboundary disease. All right, so it is on our list of priority diseases, yeah. And, we've had a number of discussions among the veterinary team, yeah, where we discuss informally and formally. We've had a number of persons who attended training from different organizations. So there has been some education on the topic, yeah, but definitely we need to expand on that. So again, what I've learned today, I will bring back home, yeah, and share with my colleagues. Right, what I would like to mention is Grenada is right now in the process of expanding its pig industry. All right, so there's actually a lot of work being done, especially this year, and a lot was done last year. Last year, we have imported a number of breeding pigs from the US, yeah. It was a very expensive venture with the aim of actually improving the local genetics, all right. So we have an improved breeding program currently on the way where, these imported pigs would be crossbred, right, with the local stock, right, and continually crossbreeding till we get to like 96% of 4 specific breeds, yeah? So we want to actually establish 4 breeds on the island, right? So before actually importing those pigs, we did a thorough assessment of the sector, yeah? So we did a number of surveys, and one of the weaknesses that we found, yeah, that, most of the pig farms, biosecurity is not a thing, yeah? So that's a major issue which we have identified, which presents a major risk because the government has actually invested millions of dollars, and I'm talking about US dollars, in the industry. So this year, the minister has pledged, well, in fact, he has given us a sizable amount relative, to previous years to invest in actually upgrading the infrastructure and improve biosecurity. Again, in all my years being around the industry, I think that's the most attention that has been given to the pig sector. Yeah, so the onus is on us, right, to make sure that this, this money does not go down the drain. In fact, while I was sitting there, the minister was actually messaging me, so lots of pressure on my back. Yeah, so I'm happy to, include this workshop, as one of the strategies, to focus, focusing on our improvement of the industry. All right, so like I said, we've identified gaps. We're tightening these gaps, trying to work with these farmers, but we know some of these farmers may not be as compliant, yeah, but we're giving incentives, so those who adhere, they would receive, the financial support, yeah, through the upgrade. All right, so we have a number of farmers who have came forward expressing interest. So right now we have what we call an open call, yeah. So farmers, if you're interested, please, identify yourself, and they have been doing so. All right. So most of our, well, in fact, I guess all of our farms, they're very small. The largest farm is like 300-400 pigs, yeah, where most farms are like 50 pigs, yeah. So it's a very small, small industry, but definitely there's room to grow. We actually also had a consultancy done in July of last year through FAO to do a feasibility study of the industry, and we realize it's a very lucrative industry. So what we're going to do is to also try to get investors to invest, right? So again, I just want to mention how important pigs are right now to Grenada, and definitely we have to identify all the risks, and ASF is definitely one of those risks. All right, so things that we've been doing to improve the industry, like I said, apart from the housing upgrade, we've engaged St. George's University. As you guys know, we have a veterinary school on island, which is to our advantage, right? And with SGU, together with the pandemic fund, we will be doing some active surveillance, right? So SGU has already helped us to beef it up, whereby right now, any pig that die, at least once a farmer notify us, we will do necropsy, all right? So we have increased necropsy, so we'll be doing necropsy pretty much on animals throughout the island, yeah? So that is a major improvement, I must say. St. George's University was always there, but now I would say we're making better use of their presence on the island. So that's a major advantage that we have in Grenada, and that's one of the reasons why the government have decided to invest in pigs. All right, so, and then, SGU, apart from providing diagnostic services, they also provide ambulatory. So the third-year vet students in their last semester on the island, they would go out with clinicians to, pig farms to do their practical, yeah, before going off to the US or Europe, right? So that gives a lot of eyes, because we actually have a number of, board certified veterinarians in large animal medicine, yeah. Some of them are pig enthusiasts, okay? So that again, is passive surveillance, but it has definitely helped us in getting samples, because they will collect samples, assessing for a number of other things, yeah. But then again, it all speaks towards the support of our pig industry, all right? And the ambulatory service would go out every week during the semester to assess those pig farms. Yeah, so again, pig is very important to us, and the importance is growing. So we definitely welcome all the assistance we could get in shaping that industry, and definitely we would like to be equipped with all the know-hows to mitigate against that ASF risk. All right, so thank you. That's all I have.
Let's see if there's any questions.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Last on my list, I had Alexandra. Antigua, Barbuda, yeah? You can come up this side.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexandra Dowdy from Antigua and Barbuda. I'm a veterinary technician. Right now, our division is a small division with only 3 doctors, 3 technicians, and 2 veterinary livestock officers, and we have our admin staff. For this whole IICA program, we realized that we do not have ASF, neither on Antigua or Barbuda. We did our testing. We do not, which is great. We don't want any, so we're good with that. Currently in Barbuda, we do have wild boars, well, feral boars or feral pigs that we do have one farmer is trying to do like a hybrid with the local pig to get like a diverse meat. He said that more diverse meat. So they do in Barbuda eat the wild boar. So if anybody's interested, you can go down there, get your wild boar. When it comes to Antigua, we do have a good number of small farms, pig farms. We have 3, so to speak, bigger farms, and a good amount small farms. With our 3 big farms, the biosecurity is good. We would consider good. Our problem is with the smaller farms where infrastructure is a problem, and we noticed that while we were doing our ASF testing. We have recently trying to communicate with them to see how we can assist them, but we're getting a little feedback because farmers don't want government to have to intervene and all that, so we're trying to fix our communication with our smaller farmers. Our smaller farmers, I know, do swell feeding. We try and inform them on how to prepare it, so at least it is well prepared as they're giving to their pigs. I know that we currently allow meat into our country under a certain weight. Passengers are able to bring in meat in their luggage under a certain weight. With that, we don't really monitor, or we can't really monitor because we don't have a good communication with our port authority. So we're trying to increase that. We're doing it slowly, but we do hope that we can increase the communication with our port authority, especially the airport authority, because passengers normally bring in meat, like they will go from DR in their luggages, they will come to like St. Martin, and you see they go to St. Martin, or they're coming from St. Kitts, and they will just say they get the meat from St. Martin or St. Kitts, but that's not the case. So we're trying to crack down on that. Right now, we don't have any testing facility that we can do our own testing. We do hope that we could, if anybody wants to, come to Antigua and sponsor a nice little lab for us to do our testing. We would really like that. So we're hoping that we can develop a better testing on Antigua and Barbuda so that if anything happens, we don't have to send out. We can do our PCR testings on island, and that is about it. It was a short.
Very smart. Please stay.
Okay.
Any questions for Antigua?
No.
Feedback, reactions? Well done.
Thank you.
Very clear. Are there any member states that have not spoken, IICA partners that haven't had a chance to speak all day that would like to say a few words? All right. Well, we're finishing early then. We have a final session in the sense that we have a closing session. And before you all leave, we're going to have you all come for a picture, a group picture. So I'd like to now invite colleagues of mine, Diana Francis, the IICA country representative for Trinidad and Tobago, to come up with me to the stage. Erika Calderon, who you know from the headquarters in Costa Rica. She's our African swine fever, classical swine fever lead at IICA. And they'll both provide some final remarks, and then I'll close.
Hi all, it's been a long day and I do not want to delay you from going and enjoy some last minute daylight outside. The minister told me to make sure I let you know that the Carnival Village is open and you should go and get some entertainment while you can. Right? So let us know who wants to go and get some entertainment. We'll have to figure the logistics out for that after. But again, I have to say, and I hope the ministry relays that message, having him here for most of the day was very, very, very important for this whole conversation, and we're really pleased to have him. The discussion that we're having on the pig industry is important because we're talking about Antigua came up, St. Eustatius came up, St. Kitts and Nevis came up. These are considered the micros of the small island states. They're very small island states. And then the conversation we had again was about most of our pig farmers are small pig farmers. So I think the emphasis on small needs to be understood, but it's not a disadvantage because sometimes when you have small quantums of things, it is easier to introduce good practices and it is easier to control and to contain. So I keep weighing the level of importance in organization and conversations we have in the region on the poultry industry versus the pig industry. So we keep saying that the pig industry is also an important source of protein, but we don't see that importance being manifest in what's happening within the industry. And I would like to put a quote unquote on the word industry. Do we really have an industry, or do we have a set of a lot of small farmers, a lot of small pig farmers who are independent, most of them doing their own thing, and when you reach out to them, then they realize that maybe what they're doing is not the best practice. So I think we need to have some kind of organization in the pig industry, and it is great that we have a number of our countries here in the room. I think the networking has to start here, not start here. We have to build on that networking because what we do in one country will impact what we do in another country, and therefore the learnings and the experiences and the exchanges need to go around our countries. So one of the things I'm hoping comes out of the PROCINORTE project, I know it was just for a few countries in the Caribbean, but I think the PROCINORTE, through the PROCINORTE project and through Erica's program in headquarters, the HFS program, and given that all the Carib vets and the vets in the region know each other, I think there's an opportunity for us now to sit down and talk about how do we create some kind of Caribbean pig industry stakeholders group so that we have continuous engagement, continuous training, exchange of information, capacity building, even exchanging of the wild meat from Antigua to St. Lucia to St. Kitts or wherever to Trinidad, and then SVM. This SVM is the only school we have in CARICOM that deals with animal health. So I think it's important for us to understand the mechanisms moving forward to build on what we have done through the PROCINORTE project, through what IICA does in the AHFS, and through what you yourselves are doing within your own domestic space. So the only thing I want to say after this is that the messaging continues to be important. Risk communication, as Dr. George has mentioned, is not just about when there is a risk on the horizon. Risk communication has to be continuous because we need to be drumming it in people's head all the time. It's very preventative. And that is going to become important in addition to the training of the farmers and the continuous engagement. So I'm happy that Dr. George did have mentioned some time before that through the PROCINORTE 2 projects, they were able to create that database of pig farmers in Trinidad and Tobago, and therefore it is easy now. If anything comes up, between the ministry and SVM, you can contact the farmers very quickly. I think in the world of AI, we need to start mapping them digitally to know where they are located and superimposing their location with any kind of risk and threat around them. So we need to start incorporating AI and digitalization into our techniques and strategies for industry management, industry communication, and networking among ourselves. So I don't know anything about African swine fever or classical swine fever. I'm not a livestock person. I'm not even an agronomist. But I understand the threat that it poses. I understand that there is need to take action. And I also understand that we cannot wait until there's a crisis to begin to take action. So even if the message is always being drummed into us that there's no ASF, there's no CSF in Trinidad and Tobago, it's only in Dominican Republic, things can change tomorrow. So it's important for us to keep that awareness. And again, the pig industry does not get the level of national highlights as the poultry does. And I think we need to flip that on its head, because all animal health is animal health within a One Health network. And animal health translates to food security, it translates to livelihoods for farmers, and it translates to general environmental wellness. So I think events such as these are going to continue to be important, and I am placing the onus on my two colleagues here, to continue to offer the opportunities for funding for projects that can advance what we're doing at the country level. So whether it's training, diagnostics, communications, even having conversations like this face-to-face, I think is important for us to continue, and then eventually we'll build something that is solid and can have its own mobilization in terms of moving forward on its own. So thank you for your time. We really appreciate you coming here. And again, I'm extending again the invitation of the minister. Savannah is just up the road. Put on your sneakers and stuff. And if you want to go see what Carnival in Trinidad has to offer, let us know. We'll try and accompany you if we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Excellent remarks. Thanks very much, Diana. We also have online one of our members, which I'd like to invite now. Aruna, if you can turn on your camera. He's our PROCINORTE Animal Health Task Force member from Canada. And we also have task force members, as you know, from the United States and Mexico who are listening in. So Aruna, I would like to give you the, oh, you're here. Excellent. Over to you.
Thanks, Jesse. Thanks for the opportunity. And it was great meeting as we saw, and it was a great opportunity. Something that I really wanted to emphasize here is the diagnostic part. I know I was not able to get to the last slides on in my presentation due to the time limit, but I think what we need to bring up is, like, I know we all feel comfortable that we have some diagnostics, but whether they are up to the level that we want is a question. So I would encourage the labs which can to participate in the proficiency panel testing that we will be rolling out this year again. And we had one in 2024, the proficiency panel testing for CSF and ASF. And the panels were provided free of charge, and the countries just had to take care of the shipping charges. And it was a room temperature shipment, and we were providing both testing for virus as well as for antibodies. And that is the only way that you can feel comfortable that your assays can pick up the virus and pick up the antibodies. And we had 15 laboratories participated in 2024 proficiency panel testing, and we are happy to see more countries participating in this year from the Caribbean region. And most of the countries, pretty much all of them, had pretty good diagnostics ready. And I think we keep emphasizing that we need to make a decision very quickly. If you have the disease detected in your country and you don't want to wait for weeks for confirmation or diagnostics results to arrive, you need to make a decision immediately, so that we want to make sure that you have the screening assays performed properly and reliably in your countries. So please let us know, like, if you're interested, and we will be contacting the countries, and probably I can get the list of the countries participated in this workshop as well. to reach out to you when we are ready to send out the proficiency panels. That way then we will know that you have proper diagnostic and you know your diagnostics are up to date.
Thanks, Aruna. Do we have permission in the room then to do that outreach? Everyone's agreeing in the room, Aruna, so we'll work with you on that.
Thank you.
And then we have, yes? There's one comment in the room. Microphone over here, please, on the left. Don't move, Aruna.
Hi, afternoon again, everyone. Tamara Bernard here with the Caribbean Public Health Agency. Again, not a question, but a comment and a reference similar to my colleague, Dr. Amagala. CARFA also does serve as a regional reference laboratory for all the CARFA member states. It is free of charge, and the members just take care of the shipping costs. We recently just sent out communications to the Ministry of Health, the CMOs, and the permanent secretaries, and also on the agricultural health side. So I hope, and if not, I'm happy to make that connection. So we've expanded our laboratory services to more zoonoses and also AMR to our 3 campuses in Trinidad, in St. Lucia, and in Jamaica. So whichever country you are closest to would be the country that you would ship your samples to, or your isolates, excuse me.
Gloria, we can send out both at the same time, get her contact information. Just Lisa, over. Do you want to add anything? No? Okay. Then Erica, over to you. Please come.
Well, I am very glad to hear all the activities that you are making in your countries. I can notice the difference since this project began 2 years ago. So I am very glad to hear that. But we have many things to do. We still have many things to do. We have been creating surveillance plans, but we have to finish it. We have to implement it and make it sustainable. Also, we have to work in response. It's an important part, is the second part. Well, you have the prevention with the surveillance, but you have to have plans. You always have to have plans. So it's important have that commitment. The second part, at least of the project, is in response. So we will work with you. We hope, well, we will work this year closer with PROCINORTE and IICA Canada office. So we still have a lot of homework. So this is a disease, well, now it's in Dominican Republic and Haiti, but always is a risk. It's a risk that we have all the time very close to us. Very, very close to us. And you cannot imagine, we are not prepared to affront the huge impact that disease can have in our countries. So we have a lot of work to do. We will still and we will continue working with CAPSA, with PROCINORTE, with all our IICA offices around the Caribbean region, and yeah, continue with the work, continue with the commitment, and well, get safe to home. We will continue working with USDA, which is our big partner in this project and in this process, and we'll see you soon.
I'm always open to comments from the room before I close. I know it's been a long day. Is that a raised hand in the back? You're just talking. Okay. Yes. Sir, you had a question? You're good? Okay. Then I'll provide some closing remarks. Oh, wait. Guyana.
Okay, so
CAFSA, sorry.
On behalf of the participants, I take the liberty to say that we just want to express thanks to PROCINORTE, to IICA, both from headquarters and the local staff, to the hotel for hosting us. I think this was an important activity very early in the year though, but nevertheless still timely. And I think we would have learned a lot today that can encourage us. You know, we make New Year's resolutions, so that is one advantage of having it this early, that it can give us insights as we go back home and put some of the things that you would have learned today into practice. And one of the key takeaways I want to leave with you from a regional perspective, we started out speaking on your contingency plan, and I really want to encourage you to let us all together this year try to ensure that we have something that is written so that we can test it. We are planning a regional simulation exercise. So you want to come to that exercise knowing that I already have, even if it's just a draft, it doesn't have to be perfect, but do something. Do not come to that regional simulation exercise, I exhort you, and you haven't done anything. So let that be your takeaway from this workshop as your commitment to be achieved this year. We have to prepare. This is our peacetime. The disease has been in the DR how much years now?
4.
4 years. We are lucky. We have to say thanks that we haven't gotten it yet. But let's not just push it and say, oh, it will never come. We never know when it could. So let's try as much as possible. And as I said, I'm saying we, because CAFSA and all of our partners, we have a role in trying to ensure that we are prepared as much as possible. So once again, with that said, thank you.
Mic for the lady in the back.
Well, again, pleasant good afternoon. I am speaking here as a farmer, okay? And I mean, I stood back there and I almost cried because actually this is my first experience in being in an audience like this. However, I want to thank the persons who have us here. Well, it's not just myself, Dr. Georges, Ms. Musai, and of course, Ms. Diana Francis, for at least believing in us. We came with an idea to you, and it did not stop there. We were more or less in the process of having the revamp the pig industry in Waterfield. And so far, I mean, it was sad when we heard of the disease that came to us first, but because of you and because of being with the minister and Ms. Musai and Dr. Georges, you all give us hope. And today, seeing the foundation people who have been more or less assisting you all to make this a successful event. And to me, I am seeing not talk, but action. Because we experienced it. It wasn't about talk, it was about action. And we are looking forward to really bring back the pig industry in Waterfield. we'll surely will be working hard. And even our officer in St. George East, who also assisted us in putting things forward. So thank you very much. I would not cry, but thank you very much.
Well, thank you. On the contrary, we should thank all our farmers, really. And I tell my students that women feed the world. There are more women farmers than men. And yeah, at IICA, we always say farmers first, from our Director General down. Science-based decision-making, agriculture is part of the solution. You keep hearing that messaging at IICA. It's been a pleasure. I've learned a lot. I felt there's a lot of, it's a strong community. I think this event allowed for strengthening that community, is my sense. You don't get to see, the fellow from Belize said 2 years. That's where I did my PhD, by the way, 25 years ago, on food system resilience, when it wasn't a thing. But today, this is a great example of collaboration. It was kind of the theme of the last one, last session I was hoping for. You know, our program coordinator is based in Mexico City. The fellow running the Zoom at our office back home is based in Ottawa. We have funding from the US. We can't have done any of this without our IICA TT colleagues and the leadership out of headquarters. And we've got how many people in the room? Like 15 countries. So this is a great example of a team effort. And yes, Fernando, I think after Fernando's presentation, that was probably where we had the best engagement of the day. Tremendous exchange. People were interested, passionate, asking good questions. I felt bad. And even Carla was asking me, and the other people looking at me, I want to ask a question. I was like, I'm looking at the time. I was like, I felt bad for cutting it. But that was really enjoyable. And I wanted to thank the USDA for their financial support. ARS in particular, we're working with them to see what we can do in the future on not just this disease. IICA's active on many other diseases. I don't want you to get an impression that we're just focused on ASF, CSF. Even on plant health. We are the global secretariat for the TR4 Fusarium in bananas. IICA. It's not our role, but our team at IICA, our colleagues are doing that. And we do a lot more. Like just we did biologicals, RANI, nematodes. That's all plant health stuff. And there's a lot of focus on crops in the world. And a lot of people, even politicians, they tend to kind of forget animal. Even worse, they forget fisheries. It's kind of, not as important, let's say. But anyway, for today, I have to go through all the thank yous. Thank you to the AV team. A hat tip to the team there. Well done. Good job. Thanks to my colleagues online for supporting us. All of you for coming, those online. We will post, there is a PROCINORTE website. I hope you got that from mine. We're happy to share all those presentations. Where the authors, the speakers were permitted, not always we share everything because it's sometimes some of the science or the data hasn't been published, that kind of thing. So we're always careful. But if you go to the PROCINORTE website, 1 week, 2 weeks, not maximum, we'll have the videos. That's why the camera was here, so we can capture all of that, and you can use it. Feel free to then use it at school or to share with your colleagues across the world, across the Americas. Reach out to the Secretariat. Happy to look forward if you've got ideas for collaboration, funding opportunities. Locally, obviously, IICA-TT, LISA, in terms of for Food Safety Network. Those are your go-tos locally in the Caribbean for sure. We will support the region from Canada. Actually, tonight, Gloria and I are going back home. And we have a 1.5 feet of snow that landed last night. So, and we're going to Toronto, which is also known, I'm told, as Region 11 in Guyana. But I'm teasing, of course. But it's been a pleasure. I hope that you've taken away new things, new elements. It's about knowledge mobilization. And it's a team effort. We're stronger together. Not just in this disease, but on anything animal health. And from our perspective, we'll continue to try to support you as best we can. And if you have ideas where we can play a lesser role, but IICA-TTS, just call Lisa and Diana. I mean, that's what we're there for. And pretty much I'd like to wrap up and maybe invite everyone to the stage. Maybe we should do two, a group on the floor and a group up top, so we can have a better group picture before you all go to Carnival. Thanks, everybody.